Yeah, that's right, I'm here. Y'all better get your shit together. Come away. Sings a song, sounds like she's singing. Ooh, ooh, just like the white-winged dove. Sings a song, sounds like she's singing. Ooh, ooh. How is Stevie Nicks behind every great song? She's a fucking queen. Oh, Sidion's here? Hello, darling. My love. Hello, my love. Wide awake, dove sings a song, sounds like... Oh, Fleetwood? Dude. If you ever want to go see Fleetwood with me, I will go. Like she's singing. Whoo, whoo, whoo. Hello, everyone. I do very much. Excellent. Excellent. That's what I like to hear. Mm-mm. You know how I do have the streamer brain now? I was dying on the couch. And then the second I went live, it was just like... Maybe that's the theater kid in me, too. I was watching Amadeus on the couch, like... I can't. But it's showtime, baby. It's for another. It's showtime. Jazz hands. Yeah, I'm tired. Remember when I did a 24-hour stream? Yeah, it's gotten me beat. It's got me beat. Plus, I went and had a massive traditional Korean lunch today. There were so many dishes that we had to switch tables. Yeah, I went with Will. We went with our buddy Cook Sucks. He's a streamer. I'm sure y'all know him, but he took us to this very authentic Korean place, and you know they're about to fuck it up with the fermented dishes when you walk in and it's just all 80-year-old Korean women. Whoo! So many fermented dishes. At one point, so they just like set everything down too. And Cook was explaining the various dishes to us, and he goes, "Oh yeah, this one is this is burnt rice in water." And I went, "Oh." And I tried it and I went, "Yeah. Oh yeah, that's burnt rice and water." For sure. He's like, "Yeah, it's just like a palate cleanser, you know? Just a palate cleanser." It's like the title does not lie. Burnt rice and water? Sure was. It sure was. But anyway, I rushed home from lunch because I thought I had Cash App today. And I jumped on at 3:30 to do our usual tech that we do before the show. And I was sitting there and went, "It's tomorrow." And I just sat there for a couple more minutes, knowing full well that it is tomorrow. Yeah. So my brain is hoiting. It's hoiting, but I'm here. We are back. We're so back. We're so back, baby. And we're back to talking about stuff. Yesterday, we talked about the PR campaign that Joe Jonas's team is working overtime on. I have to say, I don't know if I've ever seen a PR campaign backfire so much. Every 5 minutes, there is a new TMZ, Pop Crave, whatever article out that is clearly manufactured by Joe Jonas's PR team, and it makes him look bad. It is entirely backfiring. I don't know if I've ever seen this happen. This is how you know there's progress in society. As fucked up as we are. As fucked up as we are, and as in so many ways we have gone backwards this past year, but we have progressed because back in the day, if you saw headlines like that, smearing the female in a relationship, like a celebrity relationship, everyone would be eating it up. Everyone would be running their mouths on how awful Sophie Turner is, blah, blah, blah. Not anymore. And maybe it's just this specific situation, but the whole internet is like, we don't believe it. We're not buying it. Look at the one that, this one had me really LOLing. I don't even know what they're doing anymore. Sources tell TMZ that Joe Jonas filed for divorce after allegedly catching Sophie Turner doing or saying something on a Ring camera. Joe had access to a Ring cam that he said captured Sophie saying and or doing something that made him realize the marriage was over. What was she doing? Like looking in the Ring cam and going, ah, fuck you. This kills me. Sources. Oh yeah? Who are these sources? Who are these witnesses? What is the something that she was doing that made him realize the marriage was so over? It was so terrible he can't even say it. Did she like pull down her pants and take a shit on their doorstep? And then did she write Joe's name in it? Like, I don't know. I don't know. Did she take an old Joe Bro's album, and then piss on it? Oh, excuse me.
Oh, I'm
sorry to interrupt this broadcast.
I had to grab this chapstick.
Oh. Yeah, you're looking pretty dry. Bye. How was the gym? Good. Good. Sir, this is a Wendy's. Excuse me, sir. Sir, we sell Baconators here. Okay? You're offering up some sausage, but we only sell Baconators. Yeah, good luck, Joe. Apparently they released a joint statement today. Or maybe Sophie did. Let's see. Statement from the two of us. After 4 wonderful years of marriage, we have mutually decided to amicably end our marriage. There are many speculative narratives as to why, but truly this is a united decision, and we sincerely hope that everyone can respect our wishes for privacy for us and our children. And tag Joe Jonas. I'm crying. Sophie puts this out. Meanwhile, Joe's PR team is doing like this shit. Sophie finally said, I've had enough. Yes, they have 2 children. They have 2 kids. Okay, so for those of you who missed the conversation yesterday, just a quick little recapage. Hold on, let me switch over to some lo-fi. All right. Joe Jonas started dating Sophie Turner when she was around 1920. 1920, not in 1920, obviously. When she was around 19, 20 years old. Prior to that, when he was 19, he had asked out Gigi Hadid, who was 13. So, yeah. He likes some, he likes them young. Yes. So, he and Sophie start dating. When she's 21, they get engaged. They get married at 23, and she pops out the first kid at 24. Pops out the second kid, I think, around 26. She's now only 27. So the narrative has been, in the wake of their divorce announcement, the narrative has been that, from Joe's PR team, that Sophie is a bad mother, that Joe is having to take care of the kids all on his own, that he's a stay-at-home kind of guy. He doesn't like to party. Meanwhile, Sophie is just out there partying, neglecting her children, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so that's been what they're pushing. Even though anybody who knows Joe Jonas knows that man likes to party, okay? That guy does not like a quiet night at home, reading a book, having a little glass of whiskey, sitting in front of the cozy fire with his children around him. No, he's a fucking liar. Also, during the pandemic, Sophie was giving an interview and she talked about the fact that she's an introvert, and so being at home was actually secretly a blessing in disguise. And she understood that it would be hard for people to social distance, but her as an introvert was like, couldn't get enough. And what she insinuated in this interview was that Joe was having a really hard time, and he had begun DJing at home and drinking copious amounts of tequila that she would bring to him. So here's the thing. This is what I said yesterday. Whether or not Sophie is really a party girl, which doesn't seem like she is, you married a 23-year-old. You weirdo. Yeah. If she wants to go out and have a good time, she's in her 20s. You married her. You had 2 kids. What'd you expect? That she would just be your little wifey at home? She would just take care of your kids? Have dinner on the table? Live to serve your every Joe bro need? Yeah, he wanted her. He wanted the trad wife. So now they're getting a divorce, and his PR is really doing a disservice. Should probably fire them. I don't know who's worse, the AMPTP's PR teams or Joe Jonas's. Like, who is fucking up more? Who is making things worse for their client? I can be the father that stepped up. I'm not the stepfather. I'm the father who stepped up. Who says they're different PR firms? That's true. Maybe they are the same. Maybe it's like the leader of the insane Timothée Chalamet stan club that we discovered yesterday also happens to be the main character villain from 2 weeks ago who told the striking workers to fuck off. They are the same person. So maybe the AMPTP's PR teams are one of the same as Joe Jonas's. And they probably should quit PR forever. But again, you know what this speaks to? And I just mentioned this a couple minutes ago, but I genuinely think that he and his team thought that the internet would turn on Sophie because there is so much misogyny that lives on the internet. You know? I think he really thought
Anonymous donated $20.
Oh.
I just wanted to thank you. You helped me ace my mass media class talking about all the problems with the television and film industry. So thanks, I feel like I owe you one.
That's awesome. Thank you for the dono. You don't owe me anything, but I appreciate it. I'm glad you aced that class. Hopefully you had a few less swear words in whatever paper or whatever you had to do to ace the class. Hopefully you took out a few less swear words, because if you listen to my stream, as my mother says, you swear too much. You swear too much. I just don't think that you are, your argument is not as effective when you swear as much. It's like, yes, mother, don't worry. I have bought one of those things that the crazy Catholics, what religious sect is it where they whip themselves in the back as penance? They do it in the Da Vinci Code. Flogging, yes. A flogger. Opus Dei! Yes, the Opus Dei. They flog themselves on the back as punishment for sins. Democrats, yeah. Opus Dei or liberals. Yeah, so I bought one of those. And I do it every night after stream. One flog... Yes, flatulation. That's the one. I flatulate every time. I swear. Yeah, so I am atoning for my sins. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so anyway, Joe's PR team thinking that they would just run this obviously fake ass bullshit narrative that Sophie Turner's a bad mom, that she's a party girl, blah blah blah, because they were counting on the internet's misogyny to go, oh yeah, Sophie Turner bad, Joe Jonas good. What's wrong with just saying irreconcilable differences and breaking up like a normal divorce? Yeah. Dude, that's what frickin' Armie Hammer and Elizabeth Chambers said. And Armie Hammer was out here like trying to eat people. And they cited those reasons. But no. Joe Jonas and his team? Nope. And here's the thing. This has me thinking now. This has me thinking now. What did he do? What did Joe Jonas do? So now it's having the opposite effect. I don't think Sophie Turner did a single thing. I want to know, what did Joe Jonas do? Is he a cannibal? Yes, Joe has been on tour with the Jonas Brothers because nostalgia sells. Is Joe Jonas a cannibal? I don't know. Could be. Makes me think something like that could be going on. And so they're trying to get ahead of it. Their plan here is doing the opposite, having the opposite effect now. Where I'm like, is Joe Jonas the Zodiac Killer? Like, is that what Sophie Turner found out? So it seems like, whoa, we gotta paint her as the bad person here. That's Ted Cruz. Well, yeah. Who knows, though? You know what I mean? Were they working together? I don't know. Joe Jonas and Ted Cruz? Jojo? Jojo, yep. Anyway.
Don't think you got enough of these this week.
Chuck Splat, thank you for the 6 months. I did not. Yeah. Not at all. Okay, what else? Oh. Okay. we also touched on this yesterday, so I'm not going to heavily go into it again, but Club Chalamet put out an essay. So, TLDR. Timothée Chalamet, Kylie Jenner, reports of them dating for months. Timmy Chalamet fans, who we're now calling Tim C, okay, to like kind of get rid of this whole idea that he's very sophisticated and therefore could never date someone like Kylie Jenner. No. Timmy C, absolutely could date Kylie Jenner, and they are. So at the Beyonce concert, photos and videos of them hit the internet, of them kissing, him grabbing her butt, being real PDA. The thing that was most shocking to me was Tim C smoking a cigarette indoors at Beyonce's motherfucking concert. This man was smoking a cigarette indoors and ashing it on the people below him. Okay? So, miss me with the sophisticated, like, French Duke shit. Alright? So anyway, Club Chalamet had a Twitter space yesterday for all of the other Timmy C stans who, in this case, happen to be 50 to 60-year-old women. So this is what Club Chalamet posted. Social media trolls have had a field day with the supportive mental... Oh, by the way, it was an hour-long Twitter space. And it was as crazy as you can imagine. Social media trolls have had a field day with the supportive mental health message post I made at Instagram. By the way, the supportive mental health post... Okay, again, this woman is 57 years old. She was telling people, other Timmy C stans, to take a mental health break. To take a break from the internet because they were so devastated at seeing stalker Kylie Jenner. They call her a stalker. Their nickname for her is Slurpee because she's low rent. Whereas Lily Rose Depp is a glass of champagne. I cannot believe I know all this, but now I do, and now you do. So that was the supportive mental health message. Okay, insane. They have also mocked the Twitter Spaces episode from yesterday, taking out of context what I said. Oh, no. There was no taking out of context. It was an hour! It was an hour! And at one point, the craziest thing that was said in the Twitter space, and there was a lot, because it was an hour. Club Chalamet, aka Simone, aka the Scab, who was the main villain of Twitter 2 weeks ago, said that Timmy Chalamet she was talking about him going to dinner with Kylie or something, and said that he should go, like, that anybody who knows Tim knows that Timmy knows that he loves Italian food, and therefore he should go to Olive Garden. This is what she said, as if saying that, like, Kylie Jenner wouldn't let Timothée Chalamet go to Olive Garden, even though everyone knows he loves Italian food. Yeah. Is she calling you out? Yes. Yeah. I am one of these people. Do trolls and haters really think that a person stops being a fan of a celebrity once they turn 39? It's really disheartening to see the hate and shits and giggles trolling because of my reaction to recent... Oh, wait, I forgot this. Also, the ageism that I have experienced since day one in the Timmy fandom is on full display for all to see. Now, ageism is not cool, all right? Not cool. In specific instances, however, we can be ageist. And this is so much more about ageism. This is about being mentally ill in regards to a 27-year-old actor who doesn't know or care about you. Okay? Same thing with the Mitch McConnell bullshit. People saying that I was ageist for saying Mitch McConnell and Dianne Feinstein should not be in office because if you as so much as breathe too heavily around them, their bones will crumble to dust. These are high up ranking politicians who run our government and have been in power for decades. So yeah, if that's me being ageist, sure, stamp it on my forehead. And when it comes to Club Chalamet, no one cares if you're 60 and you're a fan of Timothy Chalamet's work. We think it's really fucking weird when you're 57 years old and you behave this way towards a 20-something-year-old girl, Kylie Jenner, who's dating this 20-something-year-old boy that you're so obsessed with. That is what is weird. This is not us saying that you cannot be a fan of an actor over a certain age. Nice try. It's really disheartening to see the hate and shits and giggles trolling because of my reaction to recent gossip events. I'm sharing just a few comments from supportive fans who found value in what I have done in the past 36 hours. God, this woman has the impeccable ability to always be the main character and get absolutely ratioed to hell and back. Every single thing that she posts, she gets ratioed so hard, it causes secondhand embarrassment. If you're reading this and you take joy out of some people's sensitive response to seeing their favorite actor being involved in a situation we find perplexing, you need to analyze your life and stop projecting your mental illness. Ain't no way! Ain't no way! Stop projecting your mental illness issues onto complete strangers who are concerned about someone they care about. We're the ones with the mental illness issues that we're projecting onto you? Really? Your Twitter account is called Club Chalamet. And every post is you obsessively stalking this boy and pretending as if you're like friends/lovers? Now, I don't know about y'all, but if there's one person with mental illness here, I think it's that person. I think that's who it is. I think it's the person who thinks that Timothy Chalamet, a famous actor who doesn't know who she is, who is not friends with her, not even acquaintances, that she thinks a famous actor is being held against their will due to, like, Kris Jenner. Now listen, the devil works hard, Kris Jenner works harder, that is true. But in this case, this is not Timothy Chalamet being held against his will because Kris Jenner is, like, trying to make another sex tape go viral or something. I might be mentally ill, but I'm not her kind of mentally ill. Yeah. There's different types of mental illness. This is one that if you have it, stay off the internet. Trolls have one goal: to cause chaos and harm. "380 quote tweets. I can't imagine that any of them are in support of Club Chalamet." The devil works hard, Kris Jenner works harder, but this lady's mental illness works the hardest. Yeah. You know, I'm not proud of all of my internet, the time that I spend on the internet. I do dumb shit. I waste a lot of time on the internet in my life. At least I can say I've never done something like this. Now, granted, I did listen to the Twitter space. What does that say about me? We didn't listen to the whole thing. We did put it on 2x speed. So maybe that's a different type of mental illness. The Delulu. The Delulu is... It's not good. Okay, we gotta talk about this because this is driving me actually fucking crazy. I don't know if anybody saw this. I don't know if anybody went down this rabbit hole. I have learned so much. I have gone down this rabbit hole multiple times because I saw this and I felt insane. Okay, I gotta grab some water. I will be right back. Okay. Let's discuss. She was fighting for her life in the comments. Oh boy. Oh, was she? So, this person on Twitter, Ayella Girl, posted this. One of my partners once was like, "You're not that pretty," during a tender moment. I don't know how you try to make that anything other than horrible. Oh, this is real. This is real. And then she doubles and triples down on people in the comments being like, "That's an awful thing to say." One of my partners once was like, "You're not that pretty," during a tender moment. Also, spoiler alert, they're still together. This is her current partner. Spoiler alert, okay? I found that out in the comments. This is her current partner. I rolled over in the fetal position and groaned for like an hour. And then he went and made me an "I'm sorry" card out of construction paper and markers and stickers. Is this a child? Like, I'm sorry? I'm sorry I told you you're not that pretty during a tender moment. And that I made you doubt that I ever desired you. Before forsaking my cultural wisdom, I should have considered how it would feel and been ready with hearts. And then he drew a picture with different labeled emotions. 1, happy. 2, inconsiderate. 3, sad. So that was, I guess this is a visual to describe what happened in the tender moment when he said, "You're not that pretty." Okay, so just hold on. Hold on a second. This was in response to this tweet. Being a girl's boyfriend is all about committing to the bit that she is a 10 out of 10 and the most beautiful woman you've ever seen. Just like a little, silly throwaway tweet. Also, yes. Yes, this is true. Okay? So this is her response. It has almost 6,000 quote tweets because people could not believe that she was posting this as a way to make it seem like this is actually how you should do things. We are encountering critically low levels of emotional awareness. Oh, it's horrible and it gets worse. Okay. To be fair, so now she's defending this. He said it in response to me mourning that people are not incentivized to be honest about each other's physical appearances. He was trying to be helpful by giving me his honest opinion since I wanted people to be more honest. What is this couple? What are these conversations that they have? Because I'm assuming tender moment was probably like after sex. Although if this is in fact a child, I hope not. I hope not. But I'm assuming this was after sex, right? So I don't understand, first of all, what this statement is that she made, that people are not incentivized to be honest about each other's physical appearances. Like people in relationships. Like people in relationships are not stating enough that if their partner is ugly, then their partner is ugly. This is what's wrong with our culture. If you're dating someone who is not super beautiful, then you need to be saying that to them. This is the problem, is that people are not honest enough. Okay, so, all right. Boyfriend says this in response. Also, the other card on the fridge behind that one is from an incident that y'all would find much worse, but that I find less worse, so I'm not going to show you. What? What? What is going on here? First of all, this is what this tells me. That her partner is frequently making cards when he does something horrible, but that she doesn't find horrible. Second of all, what is worse than telling your partner you're not that pretty? I need to know. What did he do or say that is worse than this, but that she doesn't find worse? But we would. Concerned, do we want to know? I don't know. Okay. All right. Also, just fucking can't. All the quote tweets assuming he's terrible. He's one of the kindest, most caring men I've dated. He was trying to be honest with me when he thought I really wanted that. He was genuinely trying to help me. I appreciate that, and I find the entire event pretty endearing. Copium, 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 copium. I'm drinking all the copium. This is fucked up. I find the entire event pretty endearing. In my opinion, people who don't say true things out of love because they're afraid of hurting me are more cowardly. And I prefer not to date those people. So was it not a tender moment? Yeah, exactly. I'm very much a seek out the painful truth and sob kind of person, both in general and in relationships. But like, why? 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 What is this madness? Seek out the painful truth and sob? No, that's like if your parents got divorced and you don't know why, but you need to know why. Like, I need to seek out the truth. That's not turning to your partner, lamenting that partners aren't honest with each other when they're ugly, when the partner is ugly, and then your partner saying, yeah, you're not that pretty. Okay, so here's what I know. Going down this, and we're going to keep going down this, but it turns out that, yeah, she is insane. She's talked about taking heroic doses of LSD consistently. She doesn't shower. And she says things that, like, the majority of men who catcall are black. She's been really, really sus. Talking about trans people. Want to see her Reddit post in which she describes dropping acid once a week for 10 months? Of course. She says that she will go like a month without showering, but that she doesn't smell. Oh yeah, this is a whole... This is a real rabbit hole. That goes deep, 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 deep. She also says really weird shit about pedophilia. Okay, let me pull this up for after. We talking Ayala? Yes, we are. I did not know who she was until I saw this initial tweet, and now I know so much. She's been on Destiny's stream before? Wow. Wowie. Wow. Wow. Okay, so... let's keep going. LOL, I don't know if it's a good idea to try to explain things to internet mobs, but here's what he texted me this morning. And my included write-up that he references. Holy shit. I have half a mind to like quote tweet and reference that thing you wrote contemporaneously, shortly beforehand, about blue/green balls, and include a non-makeup photo of you and be like, look, A, she's fairly pretty and very attractive and gorgeous when she tries. How does this hole keep being dug deeper and deeper and deeper? But that's different from being effortlessly pretty all the time, as some girls in fact are. B, yes, there is an angle from which I love how she looks on account of our personal bond that doesn't occlude my ability to access the more objective analysis. Oh my god, this is the most annoying person I have ever seen. They are both the worst people. This reminds me of the chatter in the ban appeals, who was just like basically had gone on dictionary.com to look up big words. C, lying injures everyone's ability to trust truth-telling. And the thing where lots of women are deeply insecure about their appearance in an inconsolable way is built out of all your lies. That's actually so not true at all, okay? That is giving so much misogyny and understanding, and deeply, deeply misunderstanding that the reason so much weight is put on women's appearance is because of the fucking patriarchy, okay? Women are valued for their beauty. Hello, you fucking libertarian fuck. And then D, nevertheless, I admit error both in misunderstanding what she was asking for and in offering it without triple checking first and in offering it without a bunch of support and reassurance prepared in advance. E, can I be excused? Yes, you may. The card format was a pre-established in-joke and demonstration of fondness that I was confident she'd recognize. And that she did recognize, rather than a novel and bald-faced attempt to ply her. This girl was on Destiny's stream. Yep. It's kind of like There's this world where blue is the bad color and green is the good color, and your ball is blue. Who the fuck does he think he is? Who the fuck does he think he is? In this world, if people like you, they will avoid mentioning the blueness of your ball. We're talking blue balls now? And will tell you that your ball is green. Also in this world, sometimes people have mental disorders where they see green as blue and blue as green. Baby, you're the one talking about blue balls. So you look at your ball and it seems clearly blue to you. And other people are like, nah, man, your ball is green. And you're like, but this seems obviously blue. By the way, if you're just tuning in now, this whole essay was written because what sparked all of this was this guy telling his girlfriend that she's not that pretty. Now, she's not an innocent victim in all this. They both fucking suck. So now he's justifying him saying that, and she's justifying him saying that because they think that this is how the world should work. Maybe if you squint, your ball's got a tint of green, but it's not full green, and people tell you you're insane. Clearly, it's green. People will love you if you have a green ball, so you try to emphasize the greenness of your ball. You are careful to present it in certain lights, wear blue around it to make it look green by comparison. You put a lot of work into this, so maybe other people are actually seeing it as green, and you're the insane one. But you did manipulate it a lot, so it's not great evidence. And when you're like, I think my ball is blue, people are like, but everybody clearly loves you, so this is evidence that your ball is green. IDK, this feels trivial when I write it out, but having a concrete analogy feels good, and I'm gonna vomit here anyway. Y'all, this is why I say over and over again, the internet was a mistake. Yes, the internet is inherently bad. Also, if you want to bang him, here's an application. Also, is this a bad time to link my OnlyFans? I don't usually mention it on this account, but if you want to watch us having sex! This is the world we live in now. This is what the great invention of the internet has gotten us. This is where we're at. This is the world now. We'll never have healthcare, but we will have this. We will have all of this to keep us feeling not so crazy, I guess. You know, I guess this should make you feel better about yourself, that you're not like this. Yeah. He said I'm not that pretty, but he's still attracted to me. We have great sex. Yeah. By the way...
Yo, this is wild.
Yo, yes it is. Jacob, thank you for the 10 months. I love you, B. Thank you for the 3 months. By the way, and I don't want to, Baby Matcha Latte, thank you for the tier 1. I don't want to be like kind to her because she's also a terrible person, but she's not ugly. I need, let me see if I can find a picture of her. She's pretty. Like, that's what's so crazy. Not only is she not ugly, she is pretty. That's what makes this just so much wilder. She's a libertarian sex worker turned data scientist. Yeah, this is just like her just normal, not super dolled up, etc., etc. Yeah, she's pretty. What if this was a ploy for OnlyFans? Bro, I don't know. Because here's the thing. She is awful. Like, she is fucked up in the head. She's fucked up in the head. So I could see this being completely true. Like, they strike me as a couple who does this. Okay, so this is a post by her. I did so much acid, I almost died. It's really, really long. But basically, she says, in 2014, I did on average 250 UGs of... What's a UG? How much is that? Micrograms. Okay, 250 micrograms of acid once a week for 10 months. From January to October, approximately 40 times. Doses typically ranged from 150 to 600 micrograms. I assume I never knew for sure how much I actually took. Okay, that's crazy. You are taking acid and not knowing how much. Subjective experiences range from slightly growing colors to complete loss of any sense contact with the physical world around me and a 10-minute orgasm at one point. Girl, I do not need to know. I had the ability to. I had savings. I lived in a house of accepting cam girls. Real life wasn't getting in the way. The first thing people usually want to know is, why? Nobody gets addicted to acid. It's unheard of. When people trip, they say generally keep the fuck away from it for several months. It can be a very overwhelming experience. Non-communicable and utterly alien. So I just want to be clear. When I've talked about mushrooms in the past, when I've talked about psychedelics, I have said that they can make you a better person because they can make you empathetic. They can unlock parts of yourself and your brain that are creative, that are, like I said, help you have more empathy. It can be really good for you. Doesn't work for everyone, but it works for many people. This is the opposite of that, okay? This person is somebody who was already terrible and then I think became worse due to the amount of acid that she took. Ego death can also result in God complex. It can go both ways. An ego death can result in you being a better person to yourself, to other people. It can also make you so much worse. I think it depends on who you were before you did the drugs. Acid is also very different than mushrooms. Yes, that is true. That is true. I did it because I felt like I was learning. Every time I tripped, I had the overwhelming sensation that the doors had opened and I was mainlining information from a direct source of truth. Every time I stopped tripping, it felt like those doors closed and I forgot most of what I'd learned, but I wanted to remember. So I kept doing it. again and again, higher and higher doses. I needed to know. I produced art. Oh, God. Oh, God. I played music. Anyway, 10 months in, I realized that what I was looking at, death. I would compulsively whisper, I am dead, under my breath throughout the day. I was an empty vessel, and I realized that if I kept doing acid, I probably would die out of sheer apathy. I wasn't terribly worried, but I had to make a decision. Did I want to continue down this path, knowing that the end was oblivion? Or did I want to close the doors and return to the world of living? Is she a narcissist? What do you think? I chose the latter, not due to any compulsion, or survival instinct, at least not subjectively, but because I casually figured that living would be more interesting. Somehow, she manages to make drugs sound so douchey. She manages to make something that should be a really unique, interesting experience. Now, don't just go do drugs, okay? But she makes them so... She makes the whole thing unbearably narcissistic. Everything that she says is so pretentious and so douchey. And she makes it all part of her personality. I just wanted to, before I chose life, I didn't mind the deep nothingness I had sunk into. But after the choice was made, it became not uncomfortable, but strange. I felt like I had abandoned an old lover, like this constant twinge of pain, like a splinter in my throat I couldn't dislodge. I thought constantly about tripping again and being reunited. I did acid in my dreams. And then, she says, my underlying motivation now is to convey this awareness to others. Seems like the most important thing. The only important thing. Yeah, the only important thing is you telling us this story that you are making out to be some, I don't know, some like wild, magical, unique, only you, this only happened to you, and you must be the one to share it. Yeah, shamanic self-discovery. When at the end of the day, it's like you took acid for 10 months. That's what you did. You took acid for 10 months. Yeah. It's giving God complex. Yeah. If you want to read more details and analysis of my experience, go here. Wow. No, thank you. No, thank you. Oh, boy. So, yeah, that's that. Have you gone over her 2022 in stats tweet? It's an all-time best for cringe. Do you know what's wild? Every time I find someone on Twitter or on the internet, I'm like, this is crazy. And I go down this rabbit hole and I present it to chat. People are like, oh yeah. No, she's notoriously, or he's notoriously the worst. I'm like, you guys have known about this? You guys have known about this horrible person? Chronically online. You're so innocent when it comes to the underbelly of the internet. I really am. I never have any idea that when I go, wait till you hear about this, that there will be so many of you in chat who are like, oh yeah, you got to see this Reddit post. You got to see what they said, Yeah. It's like, okay. So this person's been terrible. She had the top Reddit post of all time for a while. It's, you know what's crazy about that though is that these people don't go away. You know what I mean? They just pop up and go viral for something, but in a whole new way. And then a new audience of people learn about the most fucking annoying person online. Oh, she was in a sex workers versus virgins middle ground video. So this bitch has been everywhere. She's a Destiny stream, Jubilee videos. And now here on my stream. Yeah, so
Is this girl taking all this acid?
oh my god, it's a rabbit hole, but it all started off with this post where someone tweeted, being a girl's boyfriend is all about committing to the bit that she's a 10 out of 10 and the most beautiful woman you've ever seen. And then this person, Ayala, who I don't know, but like is infamously the worst, posted this. One of my partners once was like, "You're not that pretty" during a tender moment. And by that, it's her current partner. I rolled over in the fetal position and groaned for like an hour, and then he went and made me an "I'm sorry" card out of construction paper and markers and stickers. And then she, like, in the comments, doubles and triples down. She's like, well, I actually appreciate his honesty because I was saying to him that I'm sick and tired that people aren't honest with each other. And, like, if you're not good looking, that you should be told that. And so her boyfriend then said, yeah, you're not that pretty.
Oh. All right.
Am I
Beautiful.
Am I pretty?
So beautiful.
I was gonna say, we don't have any construction paper and markers, so you better watch out! You better answer that. Better answer that well. I just want to say, too, that I think it's a good thing if you see your partner differently than maybe society would see them. I don't think you need to view your partner through the lens that, like, society would objectively view them when it comes to attractiveness. Subjectively, you know what I mean? It's perfectly fine to think that your partner is the most beautiful, the most handsome, like they're the hottest, right? Even if they're not, of course not. Like, yeah, what? Like, what? When someone says you're the most beautiful woman in the world, they're saying you're the most beautiful woman to me. You're the most handsome man, handsome woman. Like, that's to them. And that's great. That's really good. Because, like, yeah, hello, I know Margot Robbie exists. Okay? Like, hello, I know Victoria's Secret angels exist. Like, hello? Like, Angelina Jolie walks this earth. And that's great. And that's all, like, it's just this wild concept that if your partner is not objectively super hot, that you should not pretend otherwise. Also can be interpreted as seeing their beauty more than skin deep, which is why you're dating them. Yes, that's what I mean, right? Beauty is not just you look at someone and go, okay, ranking their physical attractiveness. It's like they're the most beautiful person to you because of everything. Because of the whole the whole goddamn package. That's how it works. Yeah. So, no, please don't go run off to your partner and be like, I think that what this world needs is more brutal honesty. So I'm just gonna say it. You are not the most attractive person. No! You are objectively not that good. Like, what? And here's the thing. You, in fact, are mid. You are mid. Here's the thing. If you have, like, an intrusive thought, or if you have, like, something in the back of your head where, I don't know, you see your partner, you're like, oh, that's, you know, they don't look very good, or, I don't know, as time goes on, people do become less attractive, like, those things happen. That's okay. Don't tell them, though. Okay, there is absolutely no need for you to tell your partner that they are mid. That they are not that attractive. That's insane. That is just... Are my sublers not right? No, they are. They be working. Can you tell Will to come back for research purposes? Caroline calling us mid Cindy. You are mid.
Crond.
Don't say it. Don't say it. Ice Cube's Bones, thank you for the 2 months. Anyway, all right. What's next? You little... Oh, yeah. I know, everyone's got the fucking binoculars out.
Live my life!
I know, I don't worry. I'm telling them. Although, to be fair, you... Oh!
Let me live my life!
This is the man who made a dick twerking video. That is the guy who made an entire video about twerking, aka dick twerking. I would like you to tell Will he's attractive. He keeps saying he's ugly around Hassan. Ugh, I know. Will will simultaneously be like, oh yeah, I'm not attractive, but then also be feeling himself. And I love when he's feeling himself, and I hate when he says, like, I'm not attractive. I'm like, okay, dude. Lord Panda Kale, thank you for the 3 months. Gyat! Yeah, listen, confidence is always the sexiest thing too, okay? I would rather have my partner flexing their butt cheeks in the mirror. Feeling themselves, feeling good. Yeah, listen, body dysmorphia is a bitch though. I've talked about this before, talking about Will and Hassan, and it's a bitch because every day you're like, I'm hot, no I'm not, I'm hot, no I'm not, and like I have my own insecurities. I don't have body dysmorphia, thank God, because I could not handle it. I think it's something that I've noticed too with kids who were formerly fat. And that's what they've both bonded over. The fact that they call themselves fat kids at heart. Like at Hassan's birthday, after this fabulous meal that was cooked in the home, that was cooked at his home, like the chefs came and they made Korean barbecue. It was amazing. Hassan ordered like $250 extra food from this late night Korean spot that's incredible. But it's so much food, and it's really heavy food too. It's like melted cheese, noodles, meat. It's just this giant pot of food. And he ordered it, and he and Will and Marat, and they were all they were all sitting around just going to town on it. It was very funny. Like, because Hassan was like, I'm gonna order more food. I go, no, I don't think that's necessary at all. I go, we'll be good. You know, you always want to wait a little bit after you've eaten too, because then even if you think you're still hungry, then your stomach, you know, it kicks in. You're like, oh, I'm actually full. I'm actually a perfect level. I was like, you do not need to order more. He ordered it. Please tell me the chef had left. No. It had nothing to do with the cooking, though. The cooking was amazing. The chef was amazing. That was it. Like, that was the amount of food that they brought that Hassan paid for dinner. But what about second dinner? Well, what about lunch? But what about third lunch? But what about? Ace Rizla, thank you for the tier 1. Okay, so other things I want to talk about today. I want to talk about Ruby Frankie. There's an update. She was formally charged. The most evil YouTube mom yet. But what about fourth dinner? Elon Musk is potentially suing the ADL, claiming that the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League, which is a Jewish anti-hate group, the ADL is the reason that Twitter has had a 60% decline in revenue. I'm like, really, Elon? Really? It's the ADL? Really? So yeah, he's going to war with them. I have... Oh, apparently there is this new thing where fake viral Karen videos, so you know the whole Karen thing, right? White women who are the worst. That is now a character that people play for viral video, for videos to go viral on TikTok. Yep. They're everywhere. We're in the middle of an epidemic. Which is great. It's wonderful. I love that. Listen, this is inevitably how really how it's gonna go. Okay, something on the internet is a popular type of content. Is a popular type of content, video, whatever, that will always get views. People are going to then make it a thing. Yes, outrage porn sells. Outrage porn has already existed, but it's ramping up because we love to get angry. I have fallen for a few of these myself, where I'm like, oh. And it turns out that it was someone who's doing outrage porn. Yeah. So yeah, that's happening with Karens now. I used to work at Darman, and a lot of his actors are doing the fake Karen videos. It's funny to see the actors I know playing. Yes. Yeah, and people don't know that they're fake. And then I want to watch this Leisha Miller video about reality TV and why are we so obsessed with it. And then I have some more tiny little vids that we can maybe watch. Okay, I know I said this yesterday, but I'm really gonna try to do short-ish streams the next 2 days because I'm supposed to be doing this 12-hour stream on Friday, and I did a 24-hour stream a few days ago, so I'm hurting a little bit. I know. Sometimes time just flies by. All right, let's talk about Ruby Franke. The update that I have here. Where did my I had a video. Apparently her neighbors. Oh yeah, here we go. Apparently the neighbors have been very concerned. Like, nobody was surprised when she finally got arrested. They've tried to have the cops step in. The neighbors have been speaking out after her arrest. So, TLDR. Thank you for the bits, Max. What's my favorite reality show? I gotta be honest, I'm not a big reality show watcher. I really liked Kid Nation when we watched it on stream, but I don't watch reality TV otherwise. Okay, so Ruby Franke. She is the YouTube mom behind the popular YouTube channel 8 Passengers, which was her family. And she became known for her parenting style, which she would say was tough love, and others would say was child abuse. Things like her 5-year-old daughter forgetting her lunch and not having a lunch at school, and the school calling her and her being in the car being like, no, I'm not bringing her food. No, she forgot it. Like, this woman, prior to being arrested, has been evil. Yeah, and people did a deep dive on her in 2020 because all this shit happened. And there started to be major cracks in the Ruby Franke persona. And so we watched Jay Aubrey's video that he made on her in 2020 talking about that Ruby Franke is a horrible person. Ruby Franke's oldest daughter split. She left. She has nothing to do with her mom. She has been outspoken about her mother being a bad person. Anyway, so it's a really, 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 really deep hole that we're not going to go over it all. But what happened was last week, Ruby Franke was arrested. She was arrested. She lives in Utah. She was arrested. Her business partner, Jody Hildebrandt, was arrested. And they were arrested because Ruby Franke's 12-year-old son had climbed out of a window, ran to a neighbor's house to ask for food and water. He had duct tape around his ankles and wrists and appeared very obviously malnourished and abused. So the neighbor called the police. They took that child and then a 10-year-old child, Franke's 10-year-old daughter, who was in a similar condition. Both the children were transported to the hospital. They were severely malnourished, had sustained deep lacerations from being tied up with a rope. And Ruby Franke and Jody Hildebrandt were arrested. Today they were formally charged with 6 felony counts of child abuse. 6 felony counts of aggravated child abuse. So there are 4 Franke children still living at home. They were taken into the care of Utah's Child and Family Services. I don't remember, was the dad arrested? Wasn't the dad also arrested? He was not? Okay, so I'm sure shit's gonna come out. More shit's gonna come out with him. Okay, so a lawyer representing Frankie did not immediately respond to NPR's request for comments. Court docs do not list legal representation for Hildebrandt. In recent weeks, Frankie had been collaborating with Hildebrandt on Connections, a mental health counseling service that also faced criticism for its parenting advice, including shame-based learning and shunning those who don't share your values. Oh, the irony of these two villains having a mental health counseling service, all the while committing egregious acts of child abuse. The dad's lawyer in a one-sentence statement, yeah, it's not looking good. Bobby X-Ren, thank you for the tier 1. Yeah, unless he was tied up with the kids as well, he probably should be. So I don't know if we know yet why the kids were tied up, why they had duct tape around them. Sisters of influencer mom Ruby Franke say that her arrest on abuse charges needed to happen. So Ruby Franke does not talk to any of her family, her siblings. However, the eldest daughter, the one who has nothing to do with Ruby or the family anymore, her eldest daughter now has become close with Ruby's family because they are the ones who know how awful she is. So her two sisters released a statement on social media over the weekend opening up about their sister's arrest. For the last 3 years, here, I'll just click on the statement. For the last 3 years, we have kept quiet on the subject of our sister, Ruby Franke, for the sake of her children. Behind the public scene, we have done everything we could to try and make sure the kids were safe. We wouldn't feel right about moving forward with regular content without addressing the most recent events. Once we do, we will not be commenting on it further. Ruby was arrested, which needed to happen. Jody was arrested, which needed to happen. The kids are now safe, which is the #1 priority. So I guess Ruby and Jody had been living together, doing this podcast or whatever, Connections, and all of the young kids were living in this home. I don't know. They definitely are religious. I don't know if they're LDS. They are for sure religious, though. Ruby's eldest daughter, this is Sherry, who, again, is estranged from her mother, had spoken out in support of the arrest last week. She wrote an Instagram saying, finally, along with a photo of police outside of the Hildebrandt's home. This is so sad to me. The juvenile was asking for food and water. The child escaped, went to a neighbor's home, and asked for food and water. Good Lord.
Steve has been amazingly well behaved for being in town.
But
for
you yelled at me.
Yeah, it's really, you know what's really eerie is when you go back, knowing what we know now
Steve has
about
been
Ruby Franke,
amazing.
going back to her old videos, and all the proof was there. Everything was there. This woman is a monster.
well behaved for being in town.
But you yelled at me.
Shh. The fact that I yell at my kids is a secret. We don't want our viewers to know. That never happens. In my house, I never yell.
A Utah YouTuber who claimed to offer help to parents in raising children defended her treatment of her own children. Now she's charged with child abuse as her oldest daughter asked the public for help in gathering evidence, and neighbors say they've been concerned for a long time. Welcome to Law and Crime Sidebar Podcast. I'm Anjanette Levy. Ruby Franke and her business partner, Jody Hildebrandt, are in jail on 6 counts of child abuse. Franke ran a YouTube channel, 8 Passengers, where she documented her family's life. That page shut down, and with her business partner, Jody Hildebrandt, she was running a new channel called Connections. Franke's oldest daughter, Sherry Franke, is in college and
YouTube should add a report this is child abuse button. Yeah, YouTube certainly. I know you said that without thinking they would actually do that, but YouTube does not give one flying fuck. They do not care. They just care about, they just care about money.
Estranged from her mother. She posted on Instagram about being relieved by her mom's.
Yeah, except like I said, if you swear in your YouTube video, you'll be demonetized.
Arrest, stating finally, and asking people to help collect evidence about Connections. Here's a clip of a video that Ruby Franke posted on Facebook after she entered her daughter's school. She was pretty upset after they were having the kids do a flash mob.
I am so upset. I am so angry. I could scream.
Oh, she is fucking evil.
And I had an appointment with the principal. I said, I have a concern about the TikTok dances. And she said in the fall semester and in the spring semester, we need to have a performance. A flash mob is a great way to get it in. It's efficient. The kids love it. They have fun with it. And they are able to check off their performance for their grade. I said, my problem is the choice of songs. And she says, well, all the songs were approved by me. And she says, well, what's moral for you isn't going to be moral for other parents. You're complaining about this song, but I've got 30 other parents that just think it's wonderful. And I said, it's what's moral according to God.
Joining me to discuss the allegations in this story.
Okay, what's the song? Does anybody know the song? I need to know, what is the song? What is the song, please? Yeah, WAP. Wow, yeah, I mean, just this woman talking about morals obviously is insanely hypocritical and crazy that this woman would be crying about a song that her children would be singing at school because of her religious morals.
Story is somebody who has investigated a lot of crimes.
It was Cupcake.
He's also a lawyer. Retired FBI agent Bobby Chacon. Bobby, welcome back to Sidebar. Thanks for coming on.
Great to be back. Thank you.
Bobby, what are your first impressions of this case?
Get low.
I can't believe it. It's not totally shocking given the stuff that we cover, but we have somebody who's Mormon, who professes to be a religious
she is Mormon.
Person offering parenting advice, and now police are saying she's really a child abuser.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, the first thing that I thought of was the case that we had in the last couple of years here in California, that not far from me, with the more than a dozen children kept in that house. You remember?
I didn't want to say anything without it being confirmed. I did not know for sure.
Small children to large, some chained to the bed, things like that. That's really what came finally. Yeah, the term and the long-term abuse, like the systematic long-term abuse that these children are being basically raised under. And, then when I saw the reporting of this case, and thank God that some of the neighbors kept at it. They apparently called the authorities a number of times. They did welfare checks. They just kind of checked the boxes. I think they left paperwork on the door because no one answered, and then they left. But One of the neighbors I saw said, we were just hoping that this didn't end in like those kids being brought out of that house in body bags, which could happen.
Holy
and so,
shit.
I lived in Utah for a while, and those are very close-knit communities. I lived in Salt Lake, but the suburbs of Salt Lake are these small little towns that all kind of are very enclave-ish, and everybody knows each other, looks out for each other, and is really treats each other well. And I think when you have somebody, who he in this case was not treating their children well, it became very known to the neighbors. My first impression was, like one of those neighbors reported, I'm glad it got resolved, or hopefully resolved, before, there was any deaths of some of those children.
It seems like this has gone on for a long time. It's not as if, everything's hunky-dory and you just one day wake up and start abusing your children.
No, this is a systematic thing.
Apparently the dad's trying to gain custody. I mean, fuck the dad, okay? The dad is not innocent in this situation, but I genuinely, like, who would take these kids?
And the really bizarre point about this case is she apparently was part of some parenting group that had an Instagram page and was kind of active on social media and YouTube and stuff. And people were kind of disturbed by some of the behavior that they could actually see. So she made, as opposed to the case in California, which was very hidden.
The thing that sucks is that it's a lot of kids. It's a lot. It'd be one thing if it were one or two kids, but it's multiple and you don't want to split them up. So I don't know. I don't know.
Never saw those children. Here, in this case, she was actually on YouTube putting videos out where people were like, I don't think you should, withhold food from children as a reward / punishment type of system. And apparently she was doing some of that and putting it out there as a parenting strategy on her channels and on her social media. And so people were, kind of getting upset about that. Apparently last year she kicked her husband out of the house and things kind of spiraled even worse. She has this business partner in this parenting business, and apparently she was spending more time with that person, longer periods away from the house, where at least one of the children was wandering around the neighborhood looking for playmates, knocking on doors. And so all of this,
Moms of truth,
really kind of came to a head. You hope, the hope is that social services gets on these things quicker. Some of the children were malnourished. It takes a while to become malnourished. And that's, again, what you talk about to your point. It's that this was going on for quite some time. This was a systematic behavior pattern that was, going on and, could have ended much more tragically.
The oldest daughter of Ruby Franke, Sherry, posted on Instagram over the weekend, and she was asking the public to look for information, evidence related to the YouTube channel, the Connections YouTube channel, not the 8 Passengers one. She said, we're aware of most of that stuff, but we're looking for evidence related to the Connections YouTube channel specifically. And so Sherry Franke is in college now. She's away from home and probably, I'm assuming, may have contacted authorities, but she was almost breathing a sigh of relief in some of these messages that she posted on her Instagram story, basically saying, finally, something is happening. She's 20 years old.
Yeah, and I know people will have the reaction of, well, why didn't she stop it sooner? She's an adult, and she's been an adult for several years.
Oh, come on.
As you're getting into 16, 17, 18-year-old.
Come on.
You got to remember, if this is a long-term systematic behavior pattern, these children have been raised, almost brainwashed to accept this type of behavior. Children learn what they live, right, is an old phrase. And it's like, they don't, oftentimes when people abuse children long-term like this, they don't allow the children to know what proper behavior is, what proper parenting is. And so they don't know any different. This is the way they've been raised.
Yeah,
and
is
so
it the
I think
FBI blaming them?
That, as this
Who's
probably this young
blaming
person
them?
probably left the world of that home and got into college and got away from that influence, then it starts to become more clear how bizarre and how improper that behavior was that she was raised under. And so I think that, I think we should give all of those. This person is a victim, right? This 20-year-old college student is a victim. And I think we should give them all of the leeway and all of the help that they need.
Reminds me of the couple who had the kid who went viral for hugging cop. That story is actually so horrifying. And
to kind of recover from this. And thank God that she did
bad.
that,
It's
and
a bad
now
story.
is helping some of the younger siblings.
You said something really interesting there, that, people do what they learn and what they're taught. I would assume, if these allegations are true, that Ruby Franke may have witnessed this behavior in her own childhood, possibly had the same treatment.
I mean, honestly, okay. I don't know how into this I can go, but yes, if she was raised Mormon, there's a high likelihood that she had a pretty fucked up childhood too. Okay, generational trauma, like, this is yeah.
Even though you grow up and maybe you get out of the house and you realize, oh, that wasn't right. Maybe she knew no other way, and maybe she was duct taped to the wall, and maybe she had...
Now, not to excuse at all, of course, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's where she came from.
Food withheld from her, but at some point, you're eating food and you're healthy.
Sherry, oldest daughter, has a Google Doc documenting kind of abuse. Oh,
dynamic going on there.
There's also a generational thing that happens too. Like,
sad.
You're right. The abused often becomes an abuser. And I don't know the statistics on that, but it's not uncommon for someone that was abused to know that kind of behavior pattern and then carry it on as the abuser later in their life. But a generation ago, 2 generations ago, social services wasn't as active. We didn't have social media to kind of give us all the information that we now have. Hopefully there are more and better avenues for victims like this to get the help that they need. But I know 1 or 2 generations ago, which is not that long, people tolerated this. People looked the other way. Neighbors said that's not any of our business. Things like that. I mean, my grandmother was raised in a very, very abusive household, and then married an abuser, and was married to him for 50 years, and never called the police on him, and never. That's just not what you did back then, right? You handled it inside the family. And so as these generations have progressed, and social services has kind of, look, I know social services is overwhelmed and underfunded all the time. But there's more outreach now, I think, and neighbors, I think, the more we publicize stories like this and they see these types of things in the media, the more neighbors are like, I have to say something. I have to make a phone call. I have to do something to help these children, because if I don't, we are going to see them carried out of that house in body bags.
Definitely. If you see something that you think is not right, speak up, especially when it comes to children. Bobby, put your lawyer hat on now. You're a retired FBI agent, obviously, but as an attorney, how do you defend this?
Now, to be clear, the cops had been called before, okay? It's not as if Ruby has never been reported. So once again, you you have to we have to place some of, I don't know how much blame, but on the cops, because they were called. This is not the first time that there have been reports. It's just that in this case, you had a literal child who escaped the house who very clearly was being abused. Yeah, she was on our radar. Okay, so what would have happened if that never happened? What would have happened? So yes, this is true that neighbors and stuff do need to step in when they see something. And they do. And sometimes it's actually a problem, because neighbors step in a little too much. I remember growing up, and when my siblings and I were younger, and my parents had these hedges, and the neighbors across the street were fucking crazy, and they called the cops on my parents, saying that they had intentionally grown these hedges so that it would harm us. So that's on the other side of the crazy coin, But anyway, the cops in this situation had been called multiple times. I think they just wanted my parents to trim the hedges. I don't think that they wanted the hedges. So I think they made up a whole thing about how my parents, it's not the first time too, they had called in multiple complaints about child abuse happening at the Kwan household. Mm-hmm. Yeah, crazy. So sometimes neighbors are too much. They're insane. But in this case, it does sound as if the neighbors had called, or not sound. We know that the neighbors had called the cops before.
10 months.
And that people were
Mono.
very concerned.
Heart.
Princess Clouds, thank you for the 10 months.
Woman, if these allegations are indeed true, I'm saying this because it sounds pretty damning that you have a child who's malnourished walking around, but she is innocent until proven guilty, along with Jody Hildebrandt, her business partner.
Well, absolutely. I mean, look, and I'm kind of torn by some of these things because I'm a big believer in parents' rights. I don't believe a lot of these other cases that have disturbed me recently are school systems and school districts and teachers doing things to children or advising children without parents' consent or without parent knowledge. So I'm a big believer that parents have, the paramount responsibility and rights to raise their children the way they see fit. However, obviously, in cases like this, when they cross the line, when you said they duct taped, and
Hold on. This is sounding like Nick Merckx.
And malnourished and things like that.
Parents'
obviously
rights.
These things cross the line. But as an attorney, I hate. It's really hard to put a defense attorney cap on me because I spent so much time on the other side. But at some point, this is parenting. Right? I have the right to spank my child if I want. I have a right to do certain things the way I see fit. I think it's going to be. It could be a defense strategy. Could be to raise that kind of thing. Now, I don't believe that should be successful in this case. I'm just saying that could be a theory that, look, parenting should ultimately reside with the parents.
He is a prosecutor.
And I think that I would try to do that and downplay some of the horrific evidence in this case, like the evidence of duct tape and like the malnourishment, which is hard to explain away and should be hard to explain away. I think will be hard to explain away in this case. But I think that one of the defense strategies will be, this is parenting. And if you don't agree with it, then you raise your kids the way you want and allow other people to raise the kids the way.
Okay, can we talk about children's rights? I'm fucking tired of always talking about adults' rights. Like, we're not getting into this because this is not what this video is, but I am so tired of the idea of adults. Children didn't ask to be born. They didn't ask for the parents to have sex and create this child that then is thrown into the world. Okay, this is not about parents. This is not about parents' rights to spank them, whatever. Hello. You forced these kids into this world. I'm just tired of it. I'm tired of it too, especially because what the conversation really has been about when we talk about parents' rights, and it's about not letting your kids learn of the existence of LGBTQ people when they're at school. That's parents' rights these days.
They want.
Not having your kids have to learn about slavery.
Thing that bothers me about this case, it sounds like people on YouTube were seeing some things, some red flags for a really long time, and they were raising questions about this channel and about Ruby Franke.
Yeah, and even some of the neighbors say the same thing.
Yeah, loopholes for minors to get married. Like, come on.
I think of one welfare check, they knocked on the door.
Where's our kids'
no
rights?
Answer, and simply left a piece of paper on the door saying call us or call us when you're available. I mean, that's not the way. I think this is the problem, I think, with social services, and we've seen this in domestic violence cases, we've seen this in child abuse cases, where either law enforcement or social services are just not aggressive enough. We do have in this country a sacrosanct right to our own liberty and do what we want in the confines of our own home and things like that. But I think, like you said earlier, when children are involved or when adults that are, mentally compromised or the elderly, I think that law enforcement, social services has to be more aggressive, in that. Battered women, I think that there needs to be, higher stakes. I think that there need to be more tools available to both law enforcement and social services to be more aggressive in these situations. And
what do you mean about battered women?
And go in there and see what's going on in there and not walk away simply because the door's locked and nobody answers the bell. So I think that's one of the things we have to, continually evaluate.
All right, this guy's annoying me. He's just turned into a sunburnt thumb. So I thought that I just wanted to hear the part on them talking about the neighbors. I thought they were going to interview the neighbors instead of having this sunburnt thumb talking all the time. But genuinely, going back to parents versus kids, I firmly believe this. Children don't owe their parents anything. Parents owe their children. Children do not owe their parents a single thing. I mean that 100%. And I say this as somebody who loves my parents deeply, feels a lot of child guilt, and does things for my parents because I feel like I owe them for everything they've given me. But like, I still stand by, at the end of the day, children do not owe their parents because the parents are the ones who chose to have them, chose to bring them in this world. Right? I mean, on a less serious level, that's how I am with Farley. Farley doesn't owe me anything. I didn't birth him, but I chose to have Farley. I owe him everything. He doesn't owe me shit. The whole get the fuck out of my house and pay for your college as soon as you turn 18. Yeah, I mean, I even feel, I don't know, maybe I'll get in trouble here, but I even have a problem with kids who have to live at home for whatever reason and their parents charging them rent, especially if their parents don't need their money. Do you know what I mean? If it's something where, Jesus Christ, the house is going under, so everyone's got to pitch in, okay, that's fucked up still to have that pressure on your child. But like, people who have to pay rent to live at home because their parents think that they owe them that like they're you're living in my house, then you're going to pay me. And I'm like, this is your child that you fucking chose to have. I don't know. Listen, I get it. There are special circumstances. I don't mean this as like in every single case. Fuck the parents, but I think there are just so many situations where I feel as if the narrative is, oh, kids owe their parents X, Y, and Z. You owe them this. And it's like, at the end of the day, no, they don't. They don't. Um, I don't know. Maybe I'll have some parents in chat who will be like, that's a terrible take. And again, I say this as somebody who does things because I feel that child guilt, and I do things to my parents, but I also I want them to be happy. I want to do these things for them. But there are many situations where the parents have created they've created an atmosphere where not only do they have it twisted, and not only are they having their, like, pressuring their child, imprinting on their child that the child owes the parent because they provide them food, they provide them shelter, etc., but are also like shitty parents. Because the thing is, if you're great, if you have a good relationship with your kid, typically, like, yeah, it's going to go both ways. Your kid is going to want to do things for you. They're going to, it's going to be a two-way street here. But people who are not only bad parents, have a bad relationship with their kids, but then also think that their child owes them stuff because I gave you life. I know that I hear my friends say this too, and they say it jokingly, but it's the whole like, I brought you into this world and I'll bring you out. Like, I gave you life. You came out of my womb. I birthed you. That kind of shit. It's like, no, you forced this human being into this world that can be so wonderful, but also hell. It doesn't make any sense that why we're here. And this is a part of you. And at the end of the day, maybe this take will get me in trouble again. having there is a there's a there's a little bit of selfishness in having kids. I don't mean that to like admonish parents. And if I have a child, I might have a child one day, and I would stick by that. Like I would stand by that. There's a part of me that's being selfish in having this child. um but that takes to reserve as parents become elderly and need help, the children should then. Well, I listen. I think that when your parents get older and infirmed and need your assistance, hopefully they have a good relationship with the children and will be taken care of. But I see this where I remember this obituary went viral once of this old woman who died, and her kids wrote the obituary and were like, she was a horrible person. She was awful. No one, like, we're not sad that she's dead. She was horrible her entire life. And people went crazy over this obituary. A lot of people were like, yeah, fuck that woman. That is a based ass obituary. She was an abusive, horrible mother. She doesn't deserve to have this lovely singing her praises obituary. Roast her ass. Yeah. But then there were other people who were like, that is their parent, that is their mother. She died. They owed her at the very least to just not say that in something like an obituary. And it's the same thing where when parents get older or something happens and they need to be taken care of, it's like, well, I hope that you were good to your child. I hope so. Because then I do think that your child will be more likely to feel a responsibility to you as the parent versus you being a shit ass parent just because you're old, just because this is your family. No. They don't know you shit. In this economy? I hope you didn't have kids expecting someone to take care of you when you get older. Yeah, I mean, I have an aunt who doesn't have kids. She's fun, but she's just not was never she was too selfish to have children because the selfishness goes both ways as well. Like there are people who would never want to take care of a child. And that's fine. That's absolutely their right, and that's totally fine. But she's getting older. And she's kind of looking at the nieces and nephews as like, who's going to take care of me? I'm like, okay. Well, first of all, I have my parents. Like, that's my responsibility. And second of all, what have you done for me? Do I owe you? I will help you pick out a retirement home, a nursing home. But like, what is this whole my nieces and nephews will take care of me? What is this like? Who's gonna care for me and take care of everything when I'm older, when I need help? I'm like, wow, you better get a plan. You better put together a plan now. My grandma was sort of an example of this. If she liked you or particular family, she would do anything for you. Was an absolute horrible bitch to everyone else. All the time, died last month after 4 years in an assisted living center with Alzheimer's. Despite many grandchildren and grandnieces and nephews, I was the only one to visit her. Yeah. Yeah, like my parents know that we as the kids will work together to make sure that they're taken care of. Like, that is not something that's not something that they have to worry about, because they were really wonderful parents, and they did provide not just a safe, good life for us, but also were good to us. They were they were kind, they were loving, they provided, and we have a good relationship with them. So it's one of those things where it's like, don't worry, we will make sure that you are always taken care of, especially if you get to a point that your functions start to go, and at that point, a lot of times the kids then become the parents. So, but all I'm saying is that if my parents were shit, if my parents are assholes, there should be no expectation that we would do anything for them. Yeah. Anyway, how did I how did I get on this train? But yeah, so maybe that's me saying that if you're sitting here in chat and you don't have a relationship with your parents, or it's really bad, or one parent, or whatever the situation is there, at the end of the day, you don't owe them. It's my guess. That's my thing. That's what I'm saying to you. I'm absolving you of that guilt, that just because these are the people who gave birth to you, who brought you into this world, then you owe them these things. Yeah. Anyway, all right. Let's talk about the fake Karens. I always thought that, even with pushback from everyone else. I think that's becoming more of I think it's becoming more of a common way of thinking. I feel like I've seen that sentiment more. Like, I think a couple decades ago, if you were to express something like that, that would have been seen as a cultural no-no, like as a societal no-no. You don't go around saying shit like that. You respect you respect your parents, you respect adults. Yeah, I mean, once upon a time, we lived in a society where you had to respect an adult simply because they were an adult. Even if they were the biggest piece of shit on the planet, you owed them respect simply because you were a child and they were an adult. And that still exists. It does. Depending on what part of the country you live in, absolutely. It's like this idea that somebody who's either an adult or a certain status is owed respect. Like, no. No. Respect is earned. That's what I think. Sincarius, thank you for the Prime Gaming. I was raised like I was raised, everybody was Mr. and Mrs. I was very polite to authority. And basically, if someone was older, then that meant that they had authority over you. Yeah, and in some cases, yeah, not even just respect, but submission. It honestly made me scared of authority figures and trusted them way less. Yeah, so I think that has largely been changing. But it still exists. That idea, that pressure that's put on us. This topic is so timely since I got a text earlier from my aunt accusing me of calling CVS because my cousin gave his teenager a black eye. Shocker, it was the school. Oh, yeah, wow. It is a very timely topic. Especially because on this stream, I always talk about child influencers, kids who are being exploited by their parents, and why we need laws, because those kids are entitled to that money. That's not their parents. That's not theirs. They can have a part of it for, I don't know, I guess being a part of the videos, even though they shouldn't be doing it in the first place. Like, ban this from happening in the first place, but since that's not logistically possible, that's not realistic, then these kids need to be protected by state and federal laws so that they at least have something as a result of being exploited by their parents. Sincarious, thank you for the 300 bits. This whole rant is based. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, like that homeschool, no bad gun girl's totally not being groomed by... Every child who is on the internet is being exploited by the adults around them, who are usually their parents. Gun Girl, Lil Tay, the famous influencer twins, they're all, to some degree, being exploited because they're being put in a situation that they didn't ask for. They don't... So, like, they're not really consenting, and they also don't understand the implications until they get older, and that's when it really hits them. All right, let's talk about no, not the Da Vinci twins. No. Not the Da Vinci twins, you guys. I'm talking about kids. I know that they have the minds of children, but no, that is not who I'm referring to. Da Vinci? I also cannot get over this universal sign for Karen. This haircut. Like, you see this in 2023, everyone knows what this means. Everyone knows. Okay, I have to run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. We're talking about fake Karens. Thing now. Yep. People now pretending to be Karens go viral on TikTok. Because no press is... All press is good press. I guess. All right. Scatter, scatter like the winds. So these viral videos featuring Karen meltdowns are clearly staged, but no one cares because we all like to just be angry. I believe this is the Kate plus 8 hair, the Kate Gosselin haircut. I believe so. I think that is the origin of the Karen cut. So it's actually a Kate cut. Yeah, a little snack check. I haven't eaten since that traditional Korean meal. Boy, do I wish I had some burnt rice and water right now. I got a hankering for it. All right. So, here's an example. Or not. Why do they put a link and then it doesn't actually just take you right to the TikTok? Why? It's hyper. Yeah. Well, I wanted to watch the TikTok. Yeah, they got to get those site clicks up, I guess. All right. I want a refund. The woman in the TikTok video shrieks at top volume, throwing a glass of water in the bartender's face. I didn't like it. I sent it back 3 times because you don't even know how to cook a steak. I said slightly pink. This is between medium and medium well. How hard is that? She tosses the glass again, and despite the protestations of the man behind the camera, keeps ranting at the hapless server. At first blush, the clip has all the hallmarks of a viral video featuring a Karen. This is the term used to describe a demanding, middle-class white woman raging at someone in a position of less power to get her own way. It also has the metrics of a viral Karen video, which has become one of the most dependably high-performing subgenres of viral content on the internet. I don't know how to feel about that. The Karen videos are some of the... It is a subgenre of some of the highest performing viral content. What does that say? Before it was quietly deleted, the video had more than 2.9 million views and thousands of comments, most of which were sympathetic toward the waiter in the video and appropriately irate at the Karen. Find her, said one. Give this guy a raise. Because here's what typically happens. You see a Karen video. Somebody makes a GoFundMe. People donate to the GoFundMe because they're so angry, upset for the person who was the victim of a Karen. And then the internet sets out to destroy said Karen's life. And listen, it's usually very warranted. It's usually very deserved. But what's happening here are fake Karen videos. Vaguely discerning internet connoisseurs, however, will be able to suss out the slight deviations. For starters, that the setting is oddly quiet for a restaurant, or that there are only 2 people clearly visible in the video, unusual for a busy bar. Add to that the Karen's line delivery is about on par with that of a cuckolded spouse in a gay porn video, and there's reason to be suspicious of its origins. Zoom out even further, and the context is even more clear. The account that posted the video is exclusively devoted to reposting content from the VOO Squad, which is a Las Vegas-based group with more than 900,000 followers on TikTok that make videos staging various sure-to-go viral scenarios such as airplane altercations or pregnancy reveals. Because here's the thing. This is the point that we've reached on the internet. You can study what makes a viral video and then replicate it. This is Mr. Beast's whole thing. Mr. Beast studied YouTube. He is a genius when it comes to understanding the algorithm. The mysterious algorithm that we always talk about. And he's not the only one. People now know there are companies that work to make viral videos by studying the internet, by studying what videos go viral and why. This account is seemingly working with a fairly limited budget, as videos frequently recycle actors, sets, and even costumes. The woman who plays the Karen in the restaurant clip, for instance, appears in a number of other Voo Squad videos, such as one where she can be seen berating a fellow airline passenger. Rolling Stone was able to identify her as a Las Vegas-based actor who has Paul Vu, the head of the company, tagged in her Instagram bio. The video has since been deleted. The Game Theorist used to do it as a side hustle at one point. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Back in the day, you wouldn't know why a video went viral. You're just like, damn. Okay. But now, people know how to make viral videos. They have studied the art, I can't even call it art, of a viral video and replicate it. Welcome to the world of fake Karens, an emerging subgenre of content that's taking the internet by storm. The Karen is a reliable stock character in viral videos, whose smugness, entitlement, and outrage-inducing behavior is likely to garner hundreds of thousands, if not millions of views. Large accounts like Karen Clips and Super Crazy Karens on TikTok have hundreds of thousands of followers. They take a curatorial approach to such content, posting videos with captions such as "Karen at Starbucks strikes again" and "Karen taking L's." In doing so, they capitalize on the current cultural appetite both for righteous outrage and, in some cases, for retribution, with many commenters working diligently to try to identify the Karens in the videos for public shaming purposes. Because here's the thing, and I'll say it, I've said it and I'll say it again. We love to be righteously outraged. That's why Karen videos go so viral. That's why they're so popular. If you ever see a video that has any type of Karen-ness to it, and you see the video like right when it drops, guarantee you come back to the video later that day, the next day, and it's going to be trending on Twitter. It's going to have 100,000 plus likes and quote retweet. It's going to be the main thing of that day. And we also love a witch hunt. Yes, we love to be righteously outraged, and then we love to see retribution. Who has time to investigate these videos? Oh, you are underestimating people online. One would assume... Oh, wait. The fact that they're big meme accounts that do not credit the source material also accomplishes the goal of obfuscating their origins. Uh-huh. One would assume... Like, it's crazy to me that there are accounts, that there are people running accounts now that make money off of Karens. Off of Karens who usually are doing something horrible to a person of color. So there are now TikTok, Twitter accounts, etc., and they just repost these videos as their own, and now they make money off of them. One would assume that in the real world there's no shortage of entitled white women with bad haircuts behaving badly in public. Yet seemingly within the viral ecosystem, the demand for genuine Karen videos outweighs the supply, as there's increasingly been a number of viral Karen videos that were clearly produced under professional circumstances. Back in 2021, for instance, a video of a middle-aged blonde woman loudly protesting being seated next to an unvaccinated airline passenger and subsequently being chastised by a strapping pilot went viral on TikTok and Twitter and was even shared by the right-wing YouTube channel Turning Point USA. My fave. Yet, as Rolling Stone reported, the video did not capture an authentic viral meltdown, but was instead produced by content creator Richard Williams, aka Prince EA. Okay, let me see if this links to the video. Hello. Well. No. Okay. Love it. Love it once again. I get a whole article about it with simply a screen grab. But I remember this video. I do. Okay. I guess no TikTok for me. Yeah, gotta get those clicks. So anyway, even though the caption for the video did not explicitly identify it as a sketch, those involved in its production didn't exactly hide it either. The video has its own IMDb entry. Some cast members even posted photos of shooting it on Instagram. Most of these videos are fairly easy to peg as inauthentic, even if you don't try to track down their provenance. There are a few telltale markers: the unusually good sound quality, the absence of bystanders in a public setting like a mall or a restaurant, meandering back and forth dialogue that's more reminiscent of an amateur college improv troupe than an actual exchange between human beings. Tellingly, they very rarely depict men, even though guys are presumably just as likely to engage in shitty or ultra entitled behaviors as anyone. What's the male version again? Isn't it Kevin? Maybe I just made that up, but even on platforms like TikTok, which are supposedly dominated by media savvy. It is Kevin, though, right? Or did I make that up? I thought that was the internet's choice for what is the what's the male Karen is Kevin. Yeah, okay. But even on platforms like TikTok, which are supposedly dominated by media-savvy, hypercritical Zoomers, quick to snuff out bullshit in virtually any other context, the obvious inauthenticity of some of these videos goes largely unremarked upon. Occasionally, someone will point out that the acting seems unusually stilted, or that they've seen the Karen in question in another video. But for the most part, the communal thirst for outrage appears to trump any potential skepticism. Perhaps more to the point, commenters rarely request more context for the behavior depicted in the video, or any explanation as to why a person's behavior could escalate from 0 to 100 in such a short amount of time. Something that would, in almost any other circumstance, be perceived as a sign of mental illness. Here's the Karen video if you want it. Thank you.
I'm not sitting here. It is not safe. Do you understand? Ma'am, there is nothing you see. Do you understand? No, ma'am, I don't understand. You can't make me. I'm not sitting here. I work hard. I pay for my seat. It's clearly going to put my life in danger. Okay, so you're going to move him. That's how it's gonna be. I understand. Then move him. Ma'am, this is a full flight. I can't move anyone. Do you want me to call the cops? Do you want to lose your job? Do you? Because right now you're violating my rights as
this
a
is
citizen,
some porn acting.
As a human being. You're intentionally putting me in danger. I do not wish anyone to be in danger. Thank you, then move him, ma'am. This is a full flight. I can't move him. I don't want to sit there. Do you want me to call the cops? Because I will. I'll call them right now. They can't move people because they don't want to sit next to them. He's violating our rights and our safety. I asked him for his vaccine card, and he doesn't have one because he's not vaccinated.
Hey, look, you can't do that.
Please, you have to have a mask and be vaccinated.
You're not exactly wearing a mask.
I'm not wearing a mask because I have asthma. I have a health condition. I have children. I'm fully vaccinated to protect them. You're intentionally putting my health at risk right now. If you wish to be on this flight, I need you to take a seat. Okay, that is a seat you paid for, and it's the only one. I know the law.
This is cinema, baby.
The law right now. You're completely breaking the law. You have to find me another seat. It's not the law to be vaccinated to come on this flight. You can't make me breathe his oxygen because he's not vaccinated. You're not listening to me. If you wish to be on this flight, I need you to take your seat. I'm not sitting there. You're putting my life in danger.
Yeah, this is the deleted scene from Oppenheimer that you never saw.
You want me to see my children? Yes, you're putting them at risk now. One available. I don't want to sit there. He's not vaccinated. You're intentionally putting my life in danger. Ma'am, we are not putting your life in danger. I'm not gonna sit there. Ma'am, can you take a seat, please? No, I'm not sitting there. How many times do I have to say this?
I know how challenging air travel is these days, but there will be.
What? I don't know where the sound went. I don't know where the sound went, but I think we get it. So yeah, people thought this was real. Turning Point USA, and I remember other reactionaries posting this because they were so outraged, right? And all the comments here in the YouTube video, they all believe it's real. Because here's the thing. In these people's defense, why would they think that someone would make a fake video like this? You know? I get that, like, your instinct, even though I talk about media literacy all the time, and we need to know that so much of what we see on the internet is bullshit, especially nowadays. Why would some average person, average media literacy, see this and think to themselves, someone staged this entire thing? Like, that's not what their mind is thinking, because it's too filled with rage. It's too filled with righteous rage. So, that is the video that's referenced in this story that people thought was real, even though it was produced by a content creator named Prince EA, Richard Williams. And it has its own IMDb entry. Because, baby, that is cinema. Nor does anyone ask why we, as a culture, seem to feel such a profound need to capture total strangers at a moment when they seem to have lost all self-control. There's no defense for treating someone in a position of less power and privilege like shit, and there's certainly no shortage of real-life white women who do so for self-serving or compensatory reasons. See this TikTok on how conservative white women became Karens, which is probably a more effective form of social analysis than anything you'd learn in a college-level sociology class. But what the phenomenon of fake Karens demonstrates is that no one particularly cares about seeing any of these people held accountable or what accountability looks like. It's the spectacle, above all else, that reigns supreme. I think I would think, why would someone get all these people in a plane to make an outrage video? Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make sense, because it's something that most of us would not do. Most of us would not would not have the idea and then see through said idea to create fake Karen videos to capitalize on public outrage. Because the thing is that when you see a Karen video, your reaction, like a good, productive reaction to seeing something like that, is not to almost become giddy with rage, especially seeing this person get theirs, get retribution. It should be analyzing, like, how did this happen? How are we in a place like this? And the fact that everything is, what I always find interesting is that, like, everyone tapes everything nowadays, and yet people in a fit of rage, like real Karen videos, they seem to forget this. And I mean, like the article said here, what the phenomenon of fake Karens demonstrates is that no one particularly cares about seeing these people held accountable or what accountability looks like. It's the spectacle above all else that reigns supreme. And that's true. Like, it is the spectacle. It's not about real accountability. It's seeing somebody get torn apart by the internet. It's jumping into the internet mob, and I say that not with chastising the mob and not chastising the Karen, but that's what it is. It's the town square. Master Yoda warned us about this. Yes. And like, why don't people ever have questions? They don't want context. They don't want an explanation. They don't want to know what's actually going on here, aside from what they see on the video. Are male Karens called Ken? No, I'm pretty sure that they are called Kevins.
Whoa! What are you doing? What are you doing?
What do you mean? What am I doing? What are you doing?
You just almost hit me with your broom.
What do you think this is?
Dude, put the stick down.
This is a hobbling stick, man.
The elusive Karen freakouts. Videos that are fun to watch because you can't believe the Karens in them actually exist. So what makes a Karen freakout not entertaining to watch whatsoever is when those Karens don't actually exist. Now, Critical made a video about this topic a little while back, debunking a Karen viral video that turned out to be a fake freakout. But I have found something even worse. I have dove deep into the fake Karen universe and found the channel Tommy MX, a channel that posts nothing but fake Karen freakouts. Now, skits have been on YouTube forever. It's what really made...
Yeah, and I think it's scary because this is so obviously fake, but it's like people don't care. They don't. At the end of the day, they don't care. And even if they find out that it's fake, they don't care. They don't care because it accomplished what they needed.
The first
Max,
big
thank
YouTubers.
you for the bits.
Shane Dawson, Fred, Jenna Marbles, all those people started off by making skits. But what makes this channel so bad is this guy is not saying that these are skits, he is trying to pass them off as 100% genuine. And a lot of people are buying it. And when he's not making fake Karen freakouts, he's making videos like saving a missing guy from a stolen car.
I don't
with a
care if
wrench,
it's the truth
found
as long as
missing
it's
puppy,
entertaining.
Alone and thirsty, thief
Precisely.
trying to steal my gold play button. I mean, this entire channel is dedicated to deceiving children, which I think is just the scummiest kind of content you can choose to make. So today we're going to be taking a look at one of his videos just to see how bad it gets.
This reminds me of those obvious fake prank
Angry
videos.
Lady versus Dirt Bike. Let's begin.
Thank you for the bits.
What is up, guys? It's your boy Tommy MX back out here with another video. We're back out here riding the KX100. We're gonna cut through this guy's yard. We're gonna hit these trails up. Whoa, what the heck? There's a lady here. What are you doing?
I knew you'd be back.
What are you talking about?
Couldn't help it. Knew you couldn't help
Why do you have that thing?
This is my protection.
For what?
From people trying to cause harm.
I'm not causing harm.
Alright, so I think this really sort of shows the mindset that goes into making these kinds of videos. So not only is this guy faking a video where a Karen freaks out on him, the situation he chose is dirt biking through somebody's property. As if
Right,
somebody
like this
being
isn't even
upset about
good.
that is a Karen. Makes sense.
I'm not causing anyone harm.
This isn't even a good fake Karen video. You know what I mean? This doesn't even make sense.
I'm just riding through because there's trails back there.
Listen.
I don't even rip up your grass.
Listen here. I told you, you gotta stop coming around here. I can't see, I can't hear.
What do you mean?
Noise and the pollution.
If you can't hear, then what's the big deal of this bike?
I had to get glasses now. I can't adjust to them. I can't see from all the smog and the stuff in the air.
Is he trying to make it seem like she's saying that the dirt bike made her blind and deaf? I mean, that would be hilarious if
I would remain neutral on this, except they're saying that it's real. Right, that's what gets me, is that they are trying to pretend these videos are real because they want them to go viral. They want to make money off of them. They want to grow their accounts. And they are making these to capitalize off of the internet's outrage at this type of content.
I knew a real person was saying that, but because this is acting, it just comes off as stupid. I mean, anything that would have been funny to watch in a real Karen freakout is now just annoying.
Your glasses are fogged up because your mask is like causing them to fog up.
Excuse me, this is for my breathing. I have personal issues.
Why are you in my way? Can I just time?
Patients he's staging the internet give him validation for being correct. And don't forget that the situations he's staging, he isn't correct. Like, the woman is not out of line for not wanting somebody.
By the way, a little background. This is Tommy MX, a popular motorbike channel on YouTube. This is a channel that started off as a genuine riding channel and has quickly devolved into a fake scripted freakout channel. Nothing's more boring than a fake Karen, and that is all his channel is. So today we're going to take a look at these videos and see just how bad they got.
Dirt biking through her property? I mean, that's weird, right?
Why are you saying
that? That is so sad to me that once upon a time, this creator, Tommy MX, made genuine content, made content that was all about motorbike riding, and then because he needed a new avenue or needed a new way to stay relevant or keep growing, he decided to switch over to making fake outrage videos.
Can you put that thing away, please? Like,
no, I'm not putting
he
it
probably
away.
had 100 subs before, and now he has 100,000.
Everything around me, my environment, the little critters, the air, trees. I'm
precisely.
Here to protect it all.
You're protecting the trees with that.
Because you have.
What do I do? What do I do to the trees?
Look, I can't even see anymore. I gotta get glasses now.
You have glasses on, yeah.
Yeah, when people stop making the content they like and chase the algo, it's sad.
And I didn't
adjust to them. What do you mean?
I know it's because of the dirty air pollution.
Wow, he really thought this air pollution joke was going to be a banger,
the gun
huh? I mean, how
so
many times have we
times.
heard this? We're like 2 minutes in, and everything she said has had something to do with pollution, pretty much. It's not only bad because it's fake, it's just bad writing.
What? Okay, why is that my fault?
Because you keep riding through this neighborhood.
You think this little bike causes that much pollution?
That's a big bike.
What do you mean? It's not that big.
It's a very noisy bike.
Why does it matter if it's noisy? It doesn't.
He has 1.6 mil subs and his videos average over 1 million. Yes, because here's the thing. This works. Drama, outrage. It's why you always see back and forth same recycled drama on Twitch. This shit, and again, it's us, the viewers. This is also our fault because this works on us. We watch this shit. We like it. We're addicted to it. Enragement is engagement. Yes, absolutely. I say this as someone who, like, when I see a Karen video and I get righteously outraged, and then seeing her, you know, the swift fallout, her life falling apart, I'm like, yes, justice exists, even though I know it's all wrong. Like, this is not like fixing the world. But yeah, we all are a part of this. We watch the drama, we engage in the drama, we like to get outraged, we seek it out, we share this stuff, we comment on it.
Keep bringing it.
I'm not rolling it.
Well, then I wouldn't have a problem, okay? And if I have to stand here and protect my environment for my own well-being and everybody and all the little critters that are afraid of this, that's what I'm gonna do.
It's crazy how he watched this back and was like, yeah, that's a Karen. I mean, hypothetically, if this was a real person, the pollution stuff would be overboard, but everything else is very fair game. Dirt bikes are loud.
I know.
If you live in a neighborhood that's quiet, away from the city, a dirt bike is gonna be heard by everybody around. I swear people who ride things with two wheels, whether that be street cyclists or motorcyclists, they always think that they're in the right.
You're not going to protect anything from this. This doesn't do anything wrong. I'm just riding through. There's trails that I'm allowed to ride on, but this is the only way to get to them.
I don't know what you're talking about. You are causing a lot of problems. The whole neighborhood's upset for...
But this doesn't hurt.
All of this mutton? He brought some lamb? I mean, she said mutton, right? What does she think that means?
It smells fine over here. It smells like air.
All right, just turn it around.
No.
Bring it on out of this.
Yeah, this
neighborhood.
is so obviously fake, and I'm
Pretty soon
scared
it's
to
not gonna
see
be
how
good.
many
Go
people
on
in the
out, go on.
comments think
This
it's
bike
real.
is so bright. The color is just awful.
It's green.
It's an eyesore. It's such an eyesore. It hurts my eyes.
Well, then don't look. I'm not even hurting anyone.
It's not even nice looking.
His latest video is a kidnapping one. Angry thieves steal me. Oh my god. Okay, I need to go to his YouTube really quickly and just see. Tommy. What's his name? Tommy MX. Okay, it's 1.6 million.
We're on the new bike.
Angry, yeah, like these two angry thieves versus mini bike. All of his videos are outrage videos now.
Whoa, what the heck?
It's like, wow, man, you more than anyone else seem to come across very angry people while you're on your dirt bike. Yeah. I mean, there are people who eat this shit up. I love how she says, see how filthy I am? This is because of you. Then Tommy takes off and sprays her with dirt. This guy's a legend. Yeah, and then people say, even if these videos are scripted, they're still entertaining to watch. Keep up the effort making us good videos, bro. That was gross, but I love how you get away with literally everything, LOL. It feels like that she was just a normal woman and had to go through so much shit that she gets easily agitated over simple problems, just like my mom. In my personal defense, I'm on the woman's side because I can see where most of her like, holy shit! I cannot believe that these... Oh my god. Media literacy, media literacy. Obviously, you have people who are like, yeah, I feel like this is fake, but it's still entertaining. But most people, I think, look at those and go, damn, this guy's awesome. Cool story, bro. It didn't happen. Must be real. Real life is boring. Getting into legitimate extreme viral situations is incredibly unusual. That's why most YouTubers would rather fake them. Yeah, of course. Of course. Having like legitimately crazy things happen, unless you fucking live here where we live, where shit happens all the time, but it's not common. And that's why people of course have to fabricate these situations, because they're not just going to happen. They're not just going to occur as is.
It's a bike. It looks nice.
It's offensive to me.
Why is it offensive?
Because we have such a beautiful neighborhood, and you come in here.
Yes, I've seen that girl on TikTok.
The junkyard.
This is a nice bike. What do you mean?
I've seen her.
For some reason, I feel like this lady went off script here and just started to ad-lib, and this might have actually hurt his feelings. Those reactions seem genuine. Nobody talks about his green.
Honestly, I don't even care about the pollution. I just want to be able to enjoy nature, listening to the birds and the crickets and the trees when I'm out here.
The crickets?
I have to listen to that.
Why do you want to listen to the crickets?
It's nature's music.
Well, this doesn't stop you from that. I'm only here for 5 seconds.
Listen, I'm not listening.
There we go again. Look at
it's my
shotgun
right,
shells
right
there
to
are.
enjoy the peace and quiet and the crickets.
It's your right to enjoy that. Well, it's my right to be able to go ride on the trails.
Alright, so I just want to make it really clear that
Another
no,
one.
It's not. You do not have the right to drive
DJ
through somebody's
Khaled.
property just because there are trails near their house.
Am I crazy or is this a boring video? No, it's super boring. But what's wild is like, he still gets views. Because one, he titles them Crazy Angry Lady Won't Let Me Pass. Like, they're not good. They're really not good. The one on the plane was better, at least. But yeah, it doesn't matter because people will still tune in. That's the point here. It doesn't matter the legislation, just if it is an actual good video or not, people will still tune in. And that also speaks to just why, titles and shit like that, clickbait, is such a big part of content creation now. You don't get it. She's infinite ammo hacks. I just can't get over the And the other thing is that, yeah, people of a certain age will like this stuff. It has to be middle schoolers. Right. That's what I kind of think as well. We'd be like, oh, this woman's so crazy. Oh, oh, look at her with the shotgun. Oh, shit. I almost wonder if the people watching are getting some enjoyment about how brain dead it is. Like, it's so weird to write such a garbage script. What's missing in his brain? I think you are overthinking it. I think you're putting way too much into it. I think that I think they are genuinely entertained. I do. I believe that. And I know that because we read some of those comments. We read those comments, and the fact that the video has however many views and that people keep watching his videos. Middle schoolers and also older people. Yeah, that's got to be the age range here. Anyway, that's where we're at. Rage bait type videos, some of which utilize the Karen character, the trope of the Karen, and play upon our obsession with being so angry all the time. These videos are around, so make sure you can tell when something is real and when something's not, because this one is obviously very fake, but a lot of them you can't necessarily tell unless you're paying close attention. If you're looking to be angry, which is what we do going into it, thank you for the 7 months. My family thinks Karen's a slur. Yeah, I jokingly called my mom a Karen once, and she also reacted like I had called her a slur. But yeah, so before you get all pissed off and share something, make sure it's at least real. Because like I said, we go into it wanting to be mad. We see a tweet, we see a video title, and our media literacy goes out the goddamn window. We don't care, we don't ask questions, we don't try to get context. We don't see the blatant signs that this is a fake video. Because and there are situations too where it's not a fake video. This is another situation. It's not a fake video, but context is incredibly vital. And there will be a video that's real, but it's taken out of context, and the internet gets a hold of it, and they get the wrong idea, the wrong message from it, and boom, somebody's life could be over who doesn't deserve to have their life be over. She's a nice lady. Yeah, Karen is you know what I always think of? I always think of John Mulaney's stand-up bit when he's talking about how somebody equated the word midget to the N-word, as in they're both the same level of slur. And John Mulaney goes, "No, they're not. You want to know why they're not? You want to know how they're not? Because I just said the word midget, but I said the N-word rather than say the actual N-word, because one is much worse than the other." Same with Karen. Oh, midget is, worse than Karen. It's more offensive, but I did everything right. Did you see the fence lady drama on TikTok and how the whole situation was taken out of context and she was demonized? Yes. 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 I did. That's an example that I have had in mind when I was talking about this, where the internet is fast, the internet is vicious, and the internet is severely lacking media literacy and the drive to have any context whatsoever. They're just looking to be pissed off, and they're looking for the villain. They're looking for the person who they can come after and see their life go up in flames. Donald Trump, he did everything right, and they still indicted him. That internet mob. But yeah, context is so important. Context is so, so, so important. We need to always take a second before joining in with the whole ass internet and jumping. Thank you. And jumping on board with something that we don't actually, that isn't true, and that we don't really understand. Okay. Let's talk about our obsession with reality TV. Oh my goodness. I need to go grab a tissue. Oof. Farley looks so cute. He's on his back, sleeping like this. I love when dogs sleep like this on their backs. Just like feet spread, paws like this. All right. This is the wonderful Leisha Miller. I'll link the video here. Oops, my bizzle. Yeah, there we go. Okay. And this is Why Are We Obsessed with Reality TV?
Members of Netflix's Love is Blind, the show where contestants meet on either side of a wall and decide to get married before ever seeing
Okay, that show was insane.
Filed a lawsuit against Netflix for alleged mistreatment, including a string of labor law violations. Cast members are alleging that producers on the show plied the cast with excessive alcohol while not supplying them with adequate food, water, or sleep. They claim the extreme exhaustion and overconsumption of alcohol, combined with being completely isolated from the outside world, left contestants hungry for social connections and fundamentally altered their emotions and decision-making. The contestants further allege labor law violations, including treating the contestants as independent contractors so they could pay them less, while also controlling virtually every aspect of their life and work, which is decidedly against labor laws, which require independent contractors to, as the title implies, have a level of independence in the means and manner of their work.
I wonder if I don't know anything about this lawsuit. I wonder if they didn't do this in season 1. And then season 1 was so popular. I think season 1 dropped before the pandemic. So it's been a few years now. And then they decided to ramp it up because the show was so popular. Which is just so awful. It's so awful if that's the case, where they had a very popular show and then went, okay, how can we make this even crazier? How can we take the show up another level? Let's abuse the contestants.
They claim Netflix paid cast members $1,000 per week while requiring them at times to work 20-hour days, 7 days a week, amounting to payment of about $7 per hour on average, which is far below California's minimum wage. This, combined with the clause in their contract that said if they walked away before shooting was completed, they would have to pay $50,000 in damages,
horrible.
meant that cast members were allegedly coerced, manipulated, underpaid, and ultimately abused during their time on the show. Cast members are seeking unpaid wages, financial compensation for missed breaks, and additional damages for unfair business practices and labor code violations. The lawsuit is attempting to certify as a class action lawsuit, a notoriously difficult process, so time will tell whether the members are victorious or Netflix settles with them to get them out of their hair. Either way, the story told by cast members on Love is Blind echoes a number of other stories told by other cast members of other reality TV shows for about as long as reality TV has been a thing. And yet, despite this, thousands and thousands of people clamber year after year for a chance to appear on reality TV. And millions more of us, myself included, tune in week after week to watch our guilty pleasure show or shows on the edge of our seats to watch real people live their supposedly real lives. Why is this? Why do people vie for a chance to be on these shows? And why do we keep tuning in? Who's really winning and losing in this scenario? Turns out that while reality TV is usually outlandish and treated like a sideshow you just can't look away from, it actually shows us a lot more about ourselves and the society we live in than I think most people realize or want to admit. This is why we're all obsessed with reality TV. Roll the intro.
I love her intro too. Bum, 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 bum. Caroline, what do? I canceled my Netflix sub due to this writer's strike, but I'm going desperate for new TV and movie content. Okay, folks, I so appreciate that that so many of us are trying our best to be supportive of these strikes. As a reminder, the unions are not asking you to boycott, because a boycott is not as strong as a strike. We are on strike. That is the strongest way to get what we deserve, is by withholding our labor. So it is perfectly fine for you to go see movies in theaters. It's perfectly fine for you to, like, if you have your subscription still, that's not you hurting the movement. That's not you being a scab or anything like that. It's a personal decision. If you're fed up with these companies anyway, changing prices, making the whole viewer experience worse, which is all true, then absolutely end your subscription. But it's something where I'm not going to tell you to end all your subscriptions, especially because even though the residual amount is very, very low, at least it's a little something, and so that does somewhat help actors and writers. I mean, that's not like the main reason to not end your subscription, but the most important thing for us being on strike is making sure that we are damaging we're hitting these companies where it hurts, and that is by them not being able to produce new content. That's them not being able to advertise their content, their, movies and TV shows. When would the unions ask? So the only time that a boycott is asked for is typically when there's no strike, when there is no organized withholding of labor due to a strike. So for instance, with Starbucks, if you want to support the workers who are trying to unionize there, you can boycott Starbucks and not buy anything from Starbucks, because they don't have the power of a union. They don't have the ability to do a mass strike because they're not unionized. That haunting saxophone. J.I. Lost, thank you for the 5. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, am I saying that, like, you canceling your subscription means that you're not helping the cause at all? No, of course not. It's just that, boycotts to be effective have to be organized on a global level. And it's just not something that is usually effective and, is worth the time and the energy of a union when what they can do instead is go on strike. And so I'll just click over here real quickly. To save $50 million, Warner Brothers Discovery will lose $300 to $500 million to the strike. So this news came out. David Zaslav's worried about the amount of money that the ongoing dual strike will cost studios. Right now, it's predicted that Warner Brothers is losing $300 to $500 million this year, because of us being on strike. This doesn't have to do with a boycott. This has to do with the workers withholding their labor and being on strike. So if that makes any sense. So if you are desperate to watch something, it is okay. It is okay to still have Netflix. Now, I think just what they are doing as far as charging consumers more, having more ads, the content not being that great because we have been on strike for 4.5 months. So even though there's endless content, a lot of it's not great. Netflix in particular, I think is my least favorite site. I'll usually be on Prime because I can rent movies off there anyway. Good example of boycott not working is countries boycotting Russia over Ukraine. Now we can't afford electricity and Russia are still in Ukraine. Yeah, sometimes a boycott is just ineffective, and then other times it can actually backfire. Oh, sorry y'all. We've got a psycho Hassan hater in here. Probably someone who dedicates their entire existence to hating Hassan. Yep. Don't worry. Don't worry. We yeeted them. We yeeted them. It's always funny to me when people will come into my channel to hate on Hassan. Least deranged Hassan sub. Yeah, I'm like, what? Why are you coming in here? Like, what is the purpose of that? Because they're banned in Hassan, so they can't put that shit in there? Then they just have to make it known that they hate him so much? Yeah, literally jonesing because he wasn't live today, so they couldn't use one of their fake accounts, one of their alt accounts, to go into his stream and be like, you're a sex offender. Hassan needs to figure out how to rent the space he occupies in others' heads. He'd be a billionaire. I know, dude. I'm gonna start charging Hassan. He can afford it. Every time I have to deal with one of his insane haters, I'm gonna bill him. I'm gonna bill him. I remember I wasn't even streaming. I was not even a streamer yet. And I had Hassan haters who were coming after me. Who hated Hassan so much that then they were coming after me. And then I also had people who were so obsessed with Hassan that they were coming after me too. I can't catch a break. I'm like, what do I have to do with any of this? $50 a pop. Starting now. That's one. Where's my little post-it note? Okay. That's one. So there's $50. Great. I'll keep track of that. Anyway. Yeah, I'll keep a jar. Man, I just can't escape. I cannot escape. My favorite is people who hate Hassan. They're usually like Destiny viewers or whatnot. Hate Hassan, Destiny or honestly, Hassan has beefed with so many streamers at this point. It could be anyone's viewers, but they despise Hassan. That's the thing they have in common. And so then they will insult me by saying that I'm only where I am because of Hassan, that like I'm a Hassan orbiter, I leech off Hassan, etc., etc. I'm like, wait a second. So do you hate Hassan, or are you trying to make it known that that me and Will and everybody, that we are leeching off Hassan? Like, what is it? Is it just that you're so obsessed? You're so obsessed with him that you have to find any way to talk about him? Bro, that was like when I was people hate him for no reason. When I was streaming with Nick and Milena, and Nick brought up Hassan's name, and immediately in the chat I was like, Hassan, and not ironically, like real. And Nick was laughing. He goes, damn, I just bring up his name and y'all go so crazy. The power that he has. Never thought about how much hate Will probably gets for being Hassan's best friend. I think Will gets Will Neff's only a big streamer because he's Hassan's best friend. But I get it because I do politics. So anybody who does politics, anybody who does news streaming is automatically a Hassan leecher, is automatically an orbiter, is automatically, like I'm only successful because of Hassan. I've actually probably gotten that more than I'm only successful because of Will Neff. And that is because of the content that I do. I'm like, what the fuck? If you're going to say that, can you at least say it about Will? Because that makes more sense. To say that I only have success because of Will and no other reason. At least that makes more sense. Like, I live with Will is my boyfriend of 6 years. That makes so much more sense than Hassan Piker. Yeah. It's awesome. Oh my fucking God. Does this person have anything else? They just keep making accounts. My God. They are so... Hassan is truly living in the mansion they created in their mind. The Hassanabi mansion that they have for him in their mind. He is living so rent-free. Not only rent-free, but he is controlling this person's whole life. They just keep... Oh my God. Oh, chat can't see them? Oh. I was surprised that chat didn't respond. I didn't know that they can't see them. Oh, that makes sense. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, they just keep coming in and saying crazy shit about... They didn't say fuck you to me at first until I started making fun of them. And now they're coming in, fuck Hassan. Fuck you. Like, do you see Hassan? He ain't here. He's in Mexico. Hello, mod check. I found yours and Will's streams separately without even knowing you all were together. I don't watch Hassan because streams are too chaotic. Yeah, I mean, most people are cool and normal, and they understand that I deserve my success, you know? It's like, yes, of course, I had a leg up because of Will, but they know how Twitch works. Will and I stream at the same time. Will and I we are live. We overlap every single night, okay? So if you didn't, like, people wouldn't be watching me unless they wanted to. So yeah, normal people get that, but there are, of course, as we've talked about tonight, so many fucking freaks on the internet. So many just dumb ass weirdos. And yeah, they have just dedicated their lives to drinking the haterade. How many accounts total? I think it was like 2 or 3 so far. So far. It's weird that you two overlap and don't care, but OTK and friends do care about overlap. Yeah, OTK definitely plans out, like, their streamers are very, very, very conscious about trying not to overlap with one another, but ultimately it's really hard not to overlap with the people who are in your circle. I think Will and I, yeah, I would like not to overlap so much because just, you know, for various reasons. But we're both night owls. We're night people. And it is kind of nice because it's like, okay, well, if I stream during the day, he streams at night, then we don't hang out. So we also do some pretty decently long streams. So there has to be some overlap in there. And my ass is not getting up at 7 a.m. Plus, I couldn't. I stream out of the bedroom. Oh. We're night people. Let's go. Oh my God. They just keep adding they just keep adding extra lines in their stream name, in their new account. Another one. Wait, I need the do we have? Wait.
Another one. Another one. Another one. Another one.
Feels strong, man. Good God. Why can't we see them? Because they're beyond suspicious users, so I guess they don't show up. DGM, thank you for the tier 1. None of these are new accounts, just months old alts. My God. Oh man. It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny. Retired alts for Hassan. Man, he obviously has one of the most loyal communities. Like, I don't know any streamer who has as many viewers who have, like, their Twitter profile picture be Hassan. It's very precious. I love it. Every single day I get new follows from, like, I used to get confused because I'd be like, does Hassan change his picture all the time? But anyway, so he's got a really, really, really strong community, probably one of the strongest, the Hasnabi heads. And he's huge, right? He's a big streamer. But he also has some of the most deranged haters. And yes, the haters are just as loyal. There is loyalty abound between the lovers and the haters. It's like you don't get one without the other. You don't get one without the other. You're going to have the people who just love you so, so much and you know, watch your 10-hour streams and wake up early and stay up late, etc., etc. You don't get that without the derangedness. Love and hate, yep, two sides of the same coin. Yeah, except here's the thing. That comes down on me now. So that's why I'm keeping track. Okay? It's not Hassan's fault. But he's going to have to pay. He's going to have to cough up. Anyway, back to the fucking video. Back to the video.
Thank you to my partner for this video, my favorite meal prep service,
Factor 75. Everybody's got a sponsorship with Factor.
And they have Flex too. But here, reality of what we
They
might
just
consider
asked me
reality
to
TV,
do
so
another sponsorship. Factor 75.
let's just define our scope here. Reality TV generally is a genre of TV that purportedly documents unscripted, real-life situations, often starring unfamiliar people as opposed to professional actors, though sometimes the celebrity status of the contestants themselves is a noteworthy factor of the show. The shows tend to have filmed, real-life scenarios interspersed with confessionals or short interview segments where cast members reflect on or provide context for the events on screen. Some of these shows simply document the lives of interesting people, and some of these shows are contest-based, where cast members are slowly eliminated either by judges, viewership of the show, or the other contestants themselves. The Emmy Awards divide reality TV into two categories, structured and unstructured. Unstructured programs consist of shows that contain story elements driven by the actions of the characters and lack a consistent...
Oh my god, dude, you are so sick in the head. My response is a psychotic defense mechanism. You're ill. You're so ill. Okay, now how much money does this on owe me? That's 4 times now. $200. $50 a pop. You are so sick in the head, man. God damn it.
Another one. Another one. Another one.
Dude. Okay.
Structured template. The 2022 Emmy Award winning show...
You're feeding the troll? Listen, baby, I'm getting paid, okay? I'm getting money. I'm keeping track of this shit. I'm up to $200. Oh, you need to... That's exactly what I'm doing. Yeah. I'm making money off this now.
Show in this category was Love on the Spectrum US on Netflix. Below Deck, Drag Race Untucked, and Selling Sunset were other nominees in this category. Structured programs consist of shows that contain consistent story elements that recur throughout the season. Queer Eye won the Emmy Award in this category in 2022. With Love is Blind and Shark Tank also receiving nominations. What I'm not talking about here when I say reality TV are things like docuseries or documentaries, game shows, or news and talk
Dang
shows.
Techno, thank you for the prime.
But they don't quite hit the mark
DGM
of
too
the
lazy,
classic
thank you for the
reality
tier
TV
1.
genre we're talking about here. But when I say classic, I guess that's relative, as the modern reality TV landscape is relatively new. Scholars and viewers argue over when reality TV actually started in the US. Some of the earliest examples of shows that presented people in unscripted situations started in the 1940s. For example, Queen for a Day was a show in which contestants were brought out onto the stage
Okay,
to
I did
tell
not
their
know
stories
reality
of
went back
recent
that far.
financial and emotional hardship, usually a sick child, the death of a husband, or the loss of a house, and the winner was chosen by the audience using an applause meter. The worse the contestant's situation, the more likely they were to win. Their winnings would include the help requested, like a hearing aid for their child or a new washing machine, plus other gifts and prizes, which would be announced to them while the song Poppin' Circumstance played, and the winner was draped in a velvet robe and given a crown and a throne to sit on. In 1948, the show Candid Camera debuted, showing hidden camera footage of people reacting to pranks. The 40s also saw...
Okay, see, this is why I don't think it's that human beings have changed so much. It's just that what we have access to. You know what I mean? We've always been like this. We just didn't have the means. We didn't have the opportunity. We didn't have the, we just didn't have the tools to, oh my God, another, okay. I just saw that there was another ban. All right, so that's $250. Wow, this is nice.
The emergence of talent search
Another
shows
one.
such as Ted Mack's Original Amateur Hour. The first Eurovision Song Contest debuted in 1956. In 1966, the film Chelsea Girls debuted, which was just a series of footage.
Yeah, we've always been React content freaks. That is what I'm getting at. That's what. A lot of times tonight, I've said, this is where we're at, folks. We are broken. This is our society. But it was always there. The ability for us to be like this was always there, like in us. It's innate. We just didn't have all these things.
Of mostly unknown people filmed by Andy Warhol with no direction. And in 1973, PBS aired An American Family, widely considered the first example of reality TV in the US akin to the kind we know today. Millions of viewers tuned in to watch 7 months in the daily lives of an upper-middle-class California family that was falling apart at the seams. The eldest son, Lance, came out as gay, and the parents experienced marital dysfunction that ultimately led to separation and divorce. In 12 episodes, the show revealed a shattered version of the rosy upper-middle-class suburban facade, which spoke to 1970s audiences who were in the midst of a cultural backlash against the perfect 1950s suburbs of their parents' generation. Few similar shows followed An American Family despite its popularity because of the technological reality of the 1970s. An American Family was expensive to make because it was shot on 16mm film. The crews captured over 300 hours of 16mm film over the course of 7 months. The film equipment was cumbersome, bulky, and time-consuming to set up, and sound quality was unpredictable. Soon, however, technology caught up with consumer demand, and in the wake of the 1988 Writers Guild of America strike, which halted production of traditional scripted programming, a new type of reality television show was born, one that relied on recently developed, lighter, more agile video technology. Cops. Coinciding with the war on drugs and war on crime, Cops fulfilled the voyeuristic intrigue, especially of white viewers, for whom the suspects on Cops confirmed and reinforced their preconceived ideas of who criminals were and what types of crimes they did. Not long after, in 1992, The Real World debuted, pioneering some of the stylistic conventions that are still used in reality TV today, including after-the-fact confessionals serving as narration. By this point, technology had developed so computer editing systems made it easier to quickly edit hours of video footage. The Real World was one of the only reality TV shows in the game for years until 2000 rolled around, and with the new millennium came a new type of reality TV. Survivor. Now on its 44th season, Survivor's huge success with audiences made this type of high-stakes competition reality TV, one that capitalizes on our intrigue when very different people are put into very difficult situations, a staple in reality TV. 1 year later, Fear Factor came along to up the stakes in stunt-based reality TV competitions.
I'm Joe Rogan. Welcome to Fear Factor.
Oh my God, what a goddamn throwback when he had hair. And before he started pumping roids. It is actually wild to think about the fact that many of our first introduction to Joe Rogan was Fear Factor. Oh my God, are people just now finding out? Are people just putting the 2 and 2 together that the host of Fear Factor was Joe Rogan? Yeah, look at him. Look at how different he looks. He's you know, he's drinking that sweet juice. He's got the shaved head and the drinking that sweet juice. How did he become so thumpy? I know he went from looking like just a dude, just a normal dude, to Yeah, to a thumb. Yeah, that sweet, sweet ivermectin cocktail. Yum. Anyway, yeah. Here's old Joe. Back in the day, Joe.
And by then, the reality TV floodgates were open. The Bachelor premiered in 2002. The Simple Life with Paris Hilton and Nicole
he's
Richie
hot.
came out in 2003, as did Newlyweds with Nick and Jessica, a personal favorite of tweenage Legia. Real Housewives premiered out of Orange County in 2006, and The Hills premiered in 2007, as did Keeping Up with the Kardashians. And in 2009, RuPaul's Drag Race and Jersey Shore both premiered. Drag Race was an interesting development, as it was launched during the Great Recession as a
I wonder if she touches on this, but I wonder at what point reality TV shows started making superstars out of people, because that is a reason why people go on reality TV today, is for the exposure, it's for the follows on social media, it's for the then career handed to you as an influencer. So I wonder at what point that became a selling point to go on reality TV. Kardashians? Yeah, I wonder if it was even a little earlier, like Real World, maybe. Early Real World. No, because Kardashians was 2007. So I feel like it would have been Real World, maybe.
Budget option. And Lord, you could tell it was budget from those cameras. It was also unlike Survivor and other...
No, because here's the thing. There's reality TV, and then there's like trash reality TV that people become famous from. So Fear Factor, Survivor, Amazing Race, those people didn't necessarily go on to become influencers, to be in like Hollywood, to be celebrities. I couldn't tell you one fucking person from Fear Factor. But you look at The Bachelor, you look at Kardashians, you look at Real World, you look at The Hills, you look at Laguna Beach. Those people became celebrities. And that's because those shows revolved around their personalities. It revolved around them doing crazy dramatic shit.
Reality
Jersey
TV
Shore.
shows, not only because it centered queer cast members, but also because, as opposed to the cool $1 million prize for Survivor contestants, Drag Race winners received a photo spread, a role in 2 ad campaigns, and 20 grand, courtesy of Absolute Vodka and MAC Cosmetics. And therein lies a great example of why reality TV is so popular. We'll get into why, as viewers, we're mesmerized, but I'm talking popular for TV execs. It's the potential for big advertising money with very little production costs. During this boom in reality TV programming, many cable networks, including Bravo, VH1, and MTV, switched to almost exclusively reality TV programming. Especially once the Great Recession hit in 2008, the reason for this was simple.
The writer's strike,
money.
the recession.
According to a January 2023 article from Investopedia, a reality show can cost between $100,000 and $500,000 per episode to make. Compare that
Good night,
to the
Eleanor.
$4 million plus price tag per episode of scripted shows, or the $16 million per episode to make Game of Thrones, for example. This low cost is due to a number of factors, including that sets are mainly just real-life places, camera crews are lean, and reality TV producers often wear many hats, from on-set scripting and interviewing, storyboarding, and post-production editing direction. Plus, contestants on reality TV programs are regular people who are paid weekly stipends, like $1,000 per week for Love is Blind contestants, or a couple $1,000s for...
Anonymous donated $5. What I think is interesting when you look at the huge megastars like Kardashians and Paris Hilton, they were all kind of nepo babies.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Paris and Nicole were nepo babies. I don't think their show was so much about them being thrust into the spotlight as it was just them capitalizing on their own fame. I think with the Kardashians were known, but they weren't super famous, and they weren't that rich. So for the Kardashians, that was absolutely Kris Jenner seizing the opportunity to take her family to the next level and be like America's trashy family. I think there are certain shows that tend to produce some of the biggest reality TV stars. I think obviously The Bachelor. I think The Bachelor has produced, just time and time again. And that's why a lot of people try to go on The Bachelor. Especially in recent years. I think in the beginning, not so much, but then once it became like a formula for success, oh, so many women would go on The Bachelor to then have followings on social media and then to launch their careers from there. I think The Bachelor, I think oh my God, Vanderpump Rules is one of the biggest star-making machines out of regular people. None of those people were famous. They all worked at Lisa Vanderpump's restaurant. Real World, Jamie Chung came out of Real World. Jersey Shore. Like, I'm thinking about shows where they were all about real people just getting into a boatload of shit, and then those shows turn them into megastars.
Episode appearance, which is much less than the well-known actors on scripted series are paid per episode. In addition to all of this, reality TV is also
was
an
on the Real
excellent
World
gateway for
yeah,
product
Real World's been around for forever, and it's produced quite a few stars. Oh, also Laguna Beach, and then the spinoff, The Hills. When did Big Brother start? Damn, 2000. Holy shit. Big Brother has been around for 23 years.
placement that audiences are more willing to digest than they are in films and scripted series. For example, I noticed in the new Barbie movie that there were a couple shots that lingered a little too long on the car logo, taking me out of the movie momentarily because it's hard not to see how blatant the product placement was. I don't remember which car brand it was, so I guess joke's on them, but I'd be willing to bet that that company paid good money to get 3 seconds of airtime in the biggest movie of the summer. But
oh, hold on. You just said that you're done. So is this the last? Okay, let me update this. 300. Another one. We're up to 300, but they said they're done.
not just me, other people noticed and they commented on it. If the same thing were to happen in a reality TV program, the camera pans to the car and lingers on the logo a little too long, I probably wouldn't think twice. Not to mention all the locations that the cast just happens to go to, like random boutiques and cafes where the camera pans on the name of the cafe for a few extra seconds, and the workers are all too eager to offer impeccable customer service. This is stuff that in a scripted show or movie would be intolerable to most audiences, but when it's in a reality TV show, we hardly bat an eye. So that means reality TV is both cheap to make and easy to get ad dollars from. And we eat it all up.
They wouldn't want to be a loser and set up a 7th account? Oh, I think you underestimate.
Hook, line, and sinker. Plus, once a network has developed a popular show, they can easily sell the underlying format of the show overseas, sometimes for millions of dollars. That's why versions of American Idol and RuPaul's Drag Race are all over the world. And these huge profit margins that companies like Discovery are making on reality TV often come at the expense of both the producers and the cast members. A Writers Guild of America study of working conditions for non-fiction writers and producers from 2013 found that violations of New York wage and hour laws are endemic in the non-fiction television industry. Almost all writer-producers are incorrectly classified as exempt employees. They work long hours but receive no overtime pay or benefits.
Yeah, that's why it's especially nefarious when when a strike happens and these companies are like, oh yeah, we'll just lean on reality TV because we already abuse those people anyway. They're not going to do anything about it. Or they'll be like, oh yeah, we'll just lean on foreign content. Yeah, we have like Netflix, we have so much Korean content. We'll just keep having them make it. And the Korean actors are like, well, hold on a second. We're sick of you guys paying us shit too. They're like, oh yeah, no, you shut the fuck up. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do? Seriously, what are you going to do? And it's with same with writers and actors on reality TV. They're like, oh yeah, no, they'll be fine. We can just keep abusing them.
The same complaints are being made by cast members, including in the recent Love is Blind lawsuit. And that's really just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to exploitation in reality TV, especially for its cast members. The Love is Blind lawsuit lays out some of the basics in terms of labor law violations, but it runs so much deeper than that, in ways that a lawsuit really could never encapsulate. Entire books have been written about this. I'm currently reading True Story, What Reality TV Says About Us by Danielle Lindemann, and I highly recommend it if you want a deeper sociological look at reality TV and us. The numerous lawsuits filed and cease and desist letters sent by past and present reality TV cast members gives us a further glimpse into the seedy underbelly of reality TV exploitation. In a letter sent last month to NBC Universal, owner of Bravo and the Real Housewives cinematic universe, attorneys for Real Housewives cast member Bethany Frankel threatened a lawsuit, claiming that NBC engaged in, among other things, deliberate attempts to manufacture mental instability by plying cast members with alcohol.
You do not want Bethany Frankel coming after you.
Depriving them of food and sleep, denying mental health treatment to cast members displaying obvious and alarming signs of mental deterioration, exploiting minors for uncompensated and sometimes long-term appearances on NBC reality TV shows, covering up acts of sexual violence, and refusing to allow cast members the freedom to leave their shows, even under dire circumstances. And the effects of reality TV from the...
It's, okay, do you know what's fucked up about this? The very nature of reality TV is exploitative, right? People exploiting themselves and others for entertainment, to keep the masses entertained. And these companies that produce these shows that come up with this deranged ass shit, they are like, oh, well, we will just exploit and abuse them beyond comprehension because these people don't give a shit. Look at them. They're willing to come onto this show and in front of the cameras and behave this way, or, you know, do what we tell them to. Yeah. No, these people are willing to do anything. So let's do the worst things possible to them.
The actual experiences on set to the mistreatment that cast members receive by the public after the fact can have dire consequences. Take, for example, that in the past decade, 21 U.S. reality TV stars have ended their own lives, including 3 members of the cast of Love Island in 1 year. And even if lives aren't lost, lives can certainly be ruined based on what is captured during reality TV filming and how it's later edited and received by the public. For example, Zara Holland was a 20-year-old who appeared on Love Island in 2016.
Oh yeah, Love Island.
Shown having sex on the show and was stripped of her Miss Great Britain title as a consequence. After leaving the island, she discovered countless headlines and opinion pieces had been devoted to criticizing her behavior. The man who also participated in the sex scene from the show, Alex Bowen, has received, 0 professional consequences as a result of his behavior. Similarly, Sarah Goodhart, a 24-year-old beautician, agreed to be on Geordie Shore. When her reality TV career didn't take off, she had to find other work, which proved difficult now that the stigma of reality TV star had attached itself to her, but without any of the money or fame that goes with it for a few select cast members.
Okay, so I told you guys that the producers of Vanderpump Rules reached out to me, wanted me to audition for their spinoff show. So I was like, what the hell? Sure. I didn't have anything going on. This was before I started streaming. And I went through a couple more interviews. And then I started streaming. I'm trying to remember the timeline here. And I didn't hear anything. And then a friend of mine, because they basically had gone around to all of a lot of girls in nightlife. They wanted to do a nightlife Vanderpump Rules spinoff with girls in nightclubs. And I was like, that is so weird. Whatever. So a lot of girls I knew had interviewed for the show. One of my friends, they offered a spot on the show. And she was like, oh, okay, yeah, let me think about it. They sent her the contract. They were basically going to pay $2,000 for the entire show filming. She would have had to quit her job at the club where she makes lots and lots of money. She would have had to take, I think 6 months. It was something insane. It was almost half a year that she would have to commit to the show to film. She would have to work in a fucking restaurant because they wanted to take girls from nightlife and then they were building a restaurant and then they wanted to have them work in the restaurant and just try to, just try to kind of bring back the vibe of Vanderpump Rules. And they wanted to have girls and guys working in a restaurant and everybody like hooking up and fighting with each other. $2,000. $2,000. And my friend was like, yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. And they were like, it'll be really good exposure, blah, blah, blah. She's like, I don't care about exposure. I care about money.
Teresa.
They really liked Will, but they didn't like that I had a boyfriend. Because they basically asked me, they kind of insinuated that they want people who would be hooking up on the show. And if you were to have a boyfriend, it'd have to be someone who, like, you started dating on the show. And I was like, no.
Giudice has said that the fame that came with the Real Housewives of New Jersey ruined her family. Jessica Simpson has admitted to having panic attacks when seeing reruns of Newlyweds pop up on TV. Ozzy Osbourne regrets agreeing to his family's reality TV show. And on and on and on. For every person who's gained fame from being on reality TV, there are probably 10 others who regret ever agreeing to appear on the show. And the exploitation notorious in reality TV makes sense. People who fit in with quote-unquote normal societal standards don't make great TV. Producers have to seek out people who have quirky, strange, and often unstable personalities because it makes good TV. It's what we want to watch. But while it can be easy to argue, well, these people signed up for this and were probably already predisposed to be a bit unhinged, I think that oversimplifies the exploitation that's happening here. An article from USC's International Journal of Communication states the reality show emerges as part of an exploitative system where underpaid, non-professional actors, their persona, reputations, and experiences are commodified. It deems humans as mere means to an end, in this case, commercial success in a competitive media environment. The article goes on to identify common unethical treatment of reality show participants, including intrusion into cast members' intimate circles and disclosure of personal information, humiliation due to the degradation and ridicule that cast members receive on and off set, misrepresentation in the way their stories are later edited and retold by the shows, appropriation of the person's name and likeness for commercial gain, which they of course agree to, but there's no way a participant can actually know how their name or likeness will appear or be used until the show is filmed and the editing is complete.
Yeah. What's really fucked up about reality TV is that there are famously villains from big reality shows that were not actually villains, but because the show needed a villain, and sometimes you just don't have the right personalities on there. Like, there are times that you have people who are willing to go above and beyond to be the villain because they know it means more screen time, it means, more fame, et cetera, et cetera. But even still, with having someone who's willing to be a villain on a show, they still edit the shit out of it based on based on how they want people to appear. So a lot of people had a problem with Vanderpump because the way they edited Vanderpump always made Stassi look like this angel and some great person and friend, and that wasn't the whole story. It never is. But there are situations where people who are whole ass villains on reality shows actually were not like that at all. And it was just the way that they were pushed, that they were forced into saying things, the way that it was edited. What you see is not real. Reality TV, but take out the real.
Negative typecasting, especially the kind that plays into cultural stereotypes, one-sided contracts, also
yes, Kristen Cavallari. Great example. Kristen Cavallari was made out to be a villain. And Lauren Conrad was made out to be the protagonist, like the good girl protagonist. And Kristen has talked about the fact that it really fucked her up. And she, because they don't know what it's going to look like until they see the show. Can you imagine filming something not knowing that you're going to be painted as the bad one And then you see the show and you're like, what the fuck? And then all these people online talking about how horrible you are.
Contracts of
Did you ever watch
adhesion, wherein
Unreal?
the cast member has zero bargaining power because it's a take it or leave it situation. Either you agree to our terms or you don't get to do the show.
TV.
And deprivation that destabilizes the normalcy of people's everyday lives and manipulates social behavior through the setup of the show itself or through things like excessive access to alcohol with limited access to food and water. And this is all during the actual filming. Once the stories are out in the world being consumed by the masses, a new layer of exploitation occurs as villain edits ruin people's lives, and public scrutiny can lead to very real consequences, from death to unemployment and so much more. As the article goes on to note, reality TV has been described as a spectacle of shame, which increasingly stretches boundaries of shame, thriving on the shamelessness of what is somewhat derogatorily described as willing victims who knowingly take shame upon themselves. But the disparate outcomes for cast members, especially marginalized cast members like women, queer folks, immigrants, and people of color who experience outsized consequences in their lives after appearing on reality TV, complicate the idea that cast members really are willing victims. As I've already stated, a person can't.
Don't people just get it by now? Why are there always new ways to this shit? Because they don't. Especially when you get younger people watching reality shows and they have to learn that, like, yeah, a lot of this is bullshit. A lot of it is fake. It's similar to how people don't understand, or they do, but they don't, how much a photo is edited. Like how much a Kardashian or just any influencers, pictures, videos, etc. are edited to shit. It's like people are always relearning this.
Can't know the full extent of the consequences of their appearance on reality TV until after filming has concluded and the editing is done. No one goes into a TV show expecting to get the villain edit, usually. And it can be really easy to fall into the trap of thinking that a stint on reality TV will lead to wealth, fame, and success, when the reality is usually the opposite. But who are the people who agree to go on these shows? After decades of revelations
Yeah,
of the
that's
abuses
true. It's like, you know, they're edited, but you don't know how much.
Of reality TV exploitation, why do people still clamor to get on these shows? A recent season of Love Island, the show that has ruined lives and has had 3 cast members end their own lives, received over 60,000 applicants in 24 hours. Certainly there are some people who sign up for reality TV shows who understand the assignment. One contestant on The Bachelor summed it up well when she said, "If you're just there for love, that's crazy, because what are your odds of this one person being the one? But if you think, you know, this is a once-in-a-lifetime experience, it's going to open so many doors, and I'm going to make so many new friends. In my experience, you can't possibly think that you're going to go on solely for love, but you have to be open to it." Some people wholeheartedly go on reality TV shows for the prize or the outcome, the money, the love. Many are motivated by other factors: exposure, access to a once-in-a-lifetime experience, to validate their skills or toughness, to promote themselves and their businesses. The level of desperation or coercion depends on the situation, but certainly
Did I tell y'all when I auditioned for The Bachelor once? I stumbled into the Bachelor auditions and I had never seen the show, but I texted my friends. They were like, please, you have to audition. You have to audition. So I went up. It was, this was the same day that I ran into Sandra Oh on the sidewalk, and I was like, you're Sandra Oh. Oh! And she was like, yes, I am. And then walked away. So I was downtown. I had left this audition, and I see that there's all this commotion happening at a hotel. This was downtown Chicago. So I go in and I find out that they're holding auditions for The Bachelor. And I texted my friends. I was like, you guys would never guess where I am. I'm at the hotel where they are holding auditions for The Bachelor in Chicago. My friends were like, please, please, please go audition. We need to know. Like, just go check it out. And I went, okay. I thought it was going to be a quick thing. Oh, it was not. So I go upstairs. I get off the elevator, and holy shit, the line to audition for The Bachelor was wild. But it was great content. So I stuck around because let me tell you about the people at this audition. First of all, many, many, many women auditioning had had their moms with them. They had makeup artists. Like, they had teams. Okay. It wasn't just people like me who showed up to be like, oh, what the hell? Why not? I'll audition. Oh, no. There was one girl who had a cheerleader outfit on, and she was practicing her splits. She had a team of, by team, I mean like hair, makeup, mothers, aunts, support team. Yeah. So there was one girl in a cheerleader outfit, and she was practicing the splits and practicing a routine, and I was like, what is going on here? Because this is, I didn't watch The Bachelor. I didn't think that, like, oh yeah, people will do anything to stick out and to get on the show. There were girls who were wearing jeans. There were girls who were wearing full-length gowns, who looked like they had just stepped off of the Miss America beauty pageant lineup. And so I wait my turn, and I could hear girls practicing pitches, like what they were gonna say, and I was like, oh shit, do I need to practice? Like, kind of deciding what character they were gonna take on. And you could tell some girls who were going for the villain, who were going for like the sex pot, the sex kitten, the good girl next door. People, like, you have to decide what your type is. So I finally get pulled in, and they have a camera set up, and there was somebody in the room. They're like, I'm just going to ask you questions and you can respond. I honestly don't really remember what I said. It was pretty boring. I didn't choose a persona. I wasn't the bad girl. I wasn't the good girl. I wasn't the sex pot. I was just normal and boring, probably. So needless to say, I did not get a call back, but it was it was the one and only time I've auditioned for a reality show like that, minus the Vanderpump Rule thing. And this was also in 2014, I think. So this would have been 9 years ago. And holy shit, I was blown away. I was blown away by how many people came there with a goddamn plan. Like, you don't just audition for a reality TV show anymore. You audition, okay? You better have... And I could tell, too, that I was boring because the interviewer kept trying to get me to... They give you very leading questions, and they try to get you to answer with... Like, that they did the same thing with Vanderpump, but this time I wasn't as surprised. But I was surprised how leading the questions were and how it was very clear that their number one priority was drama. Like, that's what it's all about.
Is a factor.
One does not simply become a contestant on The Bachelor. I auditioned for The Voice in 2013. It wasn't aired. I noticed the people they had stick around for a second audition seemed to be inexperienced with live singing. Yeah, I mean, you watch any singing show, and someone who's featured is either unbelievable and have this sob story, or they're like, she bang, ooh baby. When she move, I go crazy. Like, they're a character. It's either sob story or character. Yeah, William Hung.
Estate agent who decides to go on Love is Blind is probably under less duress than a low-income black woman who agrees to appear on The Flavor of Love, for example. Or a person who has a debilitating addiction and agrees to go on My Strange Addiction to help pay the bills. And when we exist in a country where 38 million people live below the poverty line, and over a quarter of all people live at twice the poverty level or below, which is $55,000 for a family of 4, you can't deny that money and a chance at escaping poverty plays into people's motivations to audition for reality TV. And that level of desperation can lead you to do all sorts of things that you wouldn't normally agree to. And these are things that are very difficult, if not impossible, to prove in court after the fact. Duress in signing a contract has to be pretty obvious and direct. Saying, I'm poor and desperate to get out of poverty, while valid and true, probably won't win in front of a judge. And there is, of course, also the cultural obsession with achieving 15 minutes of fame no matter what it takes, made all the more enticing by the reality TV show hosts and contestants contestants who have become millionaires because of their time in reality TV. From Joe Rogan to Lauren Conrad to the Kardashians to Harry Styles. The tantalizing possibility of global fame that can come from a stint on reality TV can lead many to agree to things they later regret, putting them in an easily exploitable position. The reasons why people agree to go on reality TV are complicated.
Bro, it's a version of selling the American dream. It's a version of selling the idea that you too can be plucked out of it's I think it's similar to like why people play the lottery. I think that it all speaks to the same want in us, and kind of this almost, I don't know, delusion that we could be the one, that of all the people out there, I could be the one. I could be plucked out of obscurity, and then, next up, a life of fame and riches. And with winning the lottery, it's like, yeah, the chances are are pretty much nothing, but there's still a chance. And it's a way for somebody to achieve something that they do not think they could achieve otherwise. Their only shot at fame, at money, is to do this.
And can't be summed up to, well, they were asking for it. And the reasons why we can't stop watching what turns out to be an incredibly exploitative form of entertainment.
Harry Styles is from X Factor.
To be clear, I am a consumer of reality TV. My gateway into the genre was Newlyweds
Hogan,
with
thank
Nick
you for the
Lachey
gifted
and
sub.
Jessica Simpson, and later the Ashley Simpson show, because she was a cool teen who wore a lot of black, and I wanted to be a cool teen who wore a lot of black.
Hell
And then the
yeah.
pandemic brought me to
And
my
the
latest
pieces,
love, 90 Day
pieces,
Fiancé. Not usually the original
pieces
series where the person brings a foreigner to the United States to get married. That one feels too overtly
Oh my God, they gave the flight attendant 9 months PTO because they thought it would be good PR for the company. Holy shit.
Exploitative, especially when it's a 50-year-old man who brought his 20-year-old impoverished girlfriend to the United States and pretends like there's not just so many layers of creepy power imbalance. No. I love the spin-offs of the series, like 90 Day the Other Way, where stupid Americans go abroad to meet the love of their life who they met online 4 months ago, and chaos ensues when they realize that there are other cultures in the world besides American. And I recognize the sometimes exploitative nature of the show, but I also find it incredibly fascinating from a sociological and psychological perspective. I love to take the role of armchair psychologist and figure out what trauma from these people's past have caused them to act the way that they do in their relationships. It's fascinating to get to be a fly on the wall of other people's relationships, especially when they're also trying to navigate cultural differences at the same time. But I often wonder, why am I like this? A study out of the University of Kentucky identified 16 human joys that can be experienced either directly or vicariously, concluding that television viewing is a convenient, minimal effort means of vicariously experiencing the 16 joys repeatedly. These joys each come with a
she's really good at video
motivation
essays.
behind why we seek out these joys. For example, efficacy is motivated by power and a desire to influence. Freedom is motivated by independence and a desire for autonomy. Self-importance is motivated by status and a desire for prestige. Loyalty is motivated by honor, etc. They studied reality TV viewers to find the motivations behind their viewing, and they found that status is the main motivational force that drives people to watch reality television. People who are motivated by status have an above-average need to feel self-important. According to the study, reality TV gratifies this need in two ways. One possibility is that viewers feel they are more important than the ordinary people portrayed on reality television shows. Further, the message of reality television, that millions of people are interested in watching real-life experiences of ordinary people, implies that ordinary people are important. Ordinary people can watch the shows, see people like themselves, and fantasize that they could gain celebrity status by being on television. But I found this explanation to be lacking. Danielle Lindemann, in her book True Story, What Reality TV Says About Us, points to the fact that reality TV, while often outlandish, also is simply a caricature of us. Us, you and me, but also us as a society. It's a hyper-real depiction of the things that divide us, or the realities of love and relationships, etc. We see ourselves in the cast members, if only a more outlandish version of us.
Yeah, I would say the reason personally that I don't watch a ton of reality TV, and this is not me being like, because I watch real cinema. I just I don't have that much time. And so yeah, I just don't watch a lot of it. But I have watched it and I have enjoyed it when I watch it. And that's because when I watch it, I tend to be fascinated by people behaving in ways that I couldn't behave. Even if it's like in there, even if like popping off on some bitch, which I have done, but like in a reality show situation where you're like fighting over dude, I would not behave that way, and I especially think I wouldn't behave that way in public or with cameras running. And so there's something so, I don't know, salacious about seeing it play out. Reality TV is addicting. It is a good way to escape. Reality TV is a great way to escape from reality while not having to use your brain very much. But yeah, it's cringe. People do such embarrassing things, and I think it can make you feel better about yourself. I think when you watch people behave a certain way on TV, you can feel better and go, "Oh, that thing that I said 5 years ago at a party, who cares about it?" It's not like I was on reality TV.
When I watch shows like 90 Day Fiancé or Love is Blind or The Ultimatum, I see whiffs of 20-year-old Legia. Zero therapy, filled to the brim with daddy issues, just out there raw dog in reality and trying to find love and getting very, very hurt along the way. But as entertaining as these shows can be, as a consumer of them, you have to recognize the damage that they can do. As a recent Time article put it, shows are still edited to reinforce stereotypes, from the vapid blonde to the angry black person to the sassy gay man. Docu-soaps like Selling Sunset thrive on the notion that women are vain, petty gossips.
Thank you for the 9 months.
Conspicuous consumption is celebrated and obscene wealth is portrayed as an end in itself. While practically every heterosexual dating show traffics in gender essentialism, reality romances featuring LGBTQ casts remain few and far between. People with disabilities are treated like freak show fodder. Asian and Latinx Americans remain underrepresented. Recent attempts to compensate for this erasure, like Indian matchmaking, have arguably hurt as much as they've helped. Indeed, reality TV isn't just a thing we passively consume, it's something that has profoundly shaped who we are. Reality shows have been found to exacerbate body anxiety, increase physical aggression, and mess with our expectations for romantic relationships. Media critic Jennifer Posner says that reality TV has the power to influence our notions of normalcy versus difference, convince us that certain behaviors are innate for different groups of people, and present culturally constructed norms of gender, race, class, and sexuality as natural. In doing research for this video, I reached into the recesses of my memory for my very earliest experiences with reality TV. I never watched, but I remember extensive advertisements on VH1 for Flavor of Love with Flavor Flav and Rock of Love with Bret Michaels, lead singer of Poison.
Oh, hell
In both
yes,
shows, the musicians had a group
Love.
of women compete for their love. The juxtaposition of these two shows is telling about how this programming is positioned and what that says about us. Reality shows with all-white casts, plus a few token people of color, are for everyone, while reality shows with mostly black cast members are either marketed to black people as for black people, or are marketed like a freak show that reinforces some of our worst societal stereotypes. In Flavor of Love, the cast members, who were mostly women of color, were mainly shown to fight, spit, scream, drink, fuck, and be overall hyper—
Has Will watched this show before on stream? I'm pretty sure he has. Because I was going to watch Flavor of Love one time, then I was like, I think Will has watched this. Oh, Rock of Love has so much TOS. Yeah, you cannot watch. You cannot watch Rock of Love. I don't know if he finished it yet. Yeah, Flavor of Love is there. It is so outrageous. Like, there's no, you're not gonna get anything out of this show other than watching people just be so outrageous and just do crazy shit.
hypersexualized, aggressive, and out of control. On Rock of Love, the focus was on
trash.
the mostly white women competing in actual challenges for Bret Michaels. Their behavior was still outlandish, but it was given a sort of humanity that Flavor of Love cast members weren't afforded, including highlighting genuine love connections the different women were experiencing with Bret Michaels. Whether or not any of this was genuine is of course another conversation, but the way these two similar shows were positioned is telling and plays into so many layers of racial stereotyping. As Danielle Lindemann concludes in her book, reality TV has the power not only to show us who we are, but for all of its extreme
Bro, I mean, how about the fight with having the first black bachelorette? Jesus Christ. And all the racist shit that was said to her. Oh, man. People were fighting so hard against having the first ever black bachelor and black bachelorette.
Personalities and outlandish premises, reality TV reflects how regressive we truly are. So what does this all mean for us as consumers and for the future of reality TV? Given the astronomical success of major reality TV programs, including The Bachelor and Survivor, plus the vital role reality TV plays for many major television companies like MTV and Discovery, there's no way that this genre is going away anytime soon. As the lawsuit filed by Love is Blind cast members points out, labor laws could be used to help equalize the power imbalance between big TV companies and cast members and producers. The distinction between employee and independent contractor is important here. Independent contractors have to pay their own taxes, receive no benefits or overtime pay, and cannot unionize and engage in collective bargaining. The trade-off for this typically is that an independent contractor also has the ultimate say over how they do their work. For example, I'm an independent contractor. I make whatever videos I want, and YouTube pays me ad revenue. A freelance graphic designer is an independent contractor for their clients. The clients ask them for an end product, but the freelancer ultimately gets to decide how they go about creating that end product. They call the shots. This starts to get blurry where reality TV casts are concerned. They're not calling the shots for the filming schedule. They're not calling the shots for how much they're charging or getting paid. Especially in shows with more controlled contest-like situations, contestants aren't controlling where they go or when they go there. Because of this, many people argue that reality TV cast members should be considered employees. This would then bring in all of labor law on their side, including minimum wage, hour restrictions.
It's pretty fucking crazy that they don't have any protections. That they are employees, but they have no protections.
Overtime requirements, benefits, and the power to unionize. In June, the National Labor Relations Board, the one that's in charge of enforcing labor laws, made a new ruling which could mean a change for gig workers and even potentially independent contractors like reality TV cast members. The NLRB sided with hair and makeup stylists for the Atlanta Opera who were independent contractors seeking to unionize. The board ruled that they are employees with union rights. This overruled a Trump-era standard that limited the rights of independent contractors, and this broader approach will look at the extent of employer control over working conditions, which could set up gig workers like rideshare drivers and even maybe reality TV cast members to be able to unionize and receive the rights of employees. With the current SAG-AFTRA and WGA strikes halting production throughout Hollywood, TV networks and streaming platforms will be relying on reality TV more than ever to make the bottom line. This has led some reality TV stars, including Bethany Frankel of Real Housewives of New York, to call on reality TV cast members to also strike to demand better working conditions. Time will tell if they're able to organize and make that a reality. What do you think? Am I an awful person for watching reality TV? Do you have a show you can't get enough of? Why are you for or against the continuation of reality TV programming? Sound off in the comments. And if you like this video, you might also like
no, she's not an awful person for watching reality TV. Like I said, I watch reality TV sometimes. If we were to say that we were awful people for consuming things where exploitation was at play, then we would all be awful for everything. Yeah, but I think it's it's good to talk about it, and it's good to support reality show stars if they do decide to strike. And now we have an understanding, we have an awareness of what the conditions are like for reality TV people, so we will even more so understand that they should unionize, that they do need protections and rights. Yeah, the video is pinned at the top, so that is Leisha Miller. The video is pinned at the top there for y'all. Okay, well, I think that might be it. Maybe one last little R.I.P. Bozo for the Proud Boys Enrique Tarrio, who got 22 years in prison for January 6th. So one last R.I.P. Bozo here. You will probably recognize him if you watched Andrew Callahan's documentary. What was it called again? I can Google it, but I'm sure someone remembers. This Place Rules. Yes. This Place Rules. Enrique Tarrio made an appearance, and he very much so gives off the I'm a cool guy. And by that, I don't mean I don't think he's a cool guy. He thinks he's a fucking cool guy. And he got 22 years in prison for the role that he played in the seditious conspiracy on January 6, 2021. And this I think is the record. I think this is the most amount of years that someone who was involved with the insurrection has been sentenced to. It says that he pleaded for leniency before the judge imposed the prison term, topping the 18-year sentences given to Oath Keepers founder Stuart Rhodes and one-time Proud Boys leader Ethan Nordine for seditious conspiracy and other convictions stemming from January 6. Tarrio, who led the neo-fascist group as it became a force in mainstream Republican circles, lowered his head after the sentence was imposed and squared his shoulders. He raised his hand and made a V gesture with his fingers as he was led out of the courtroom. Yes, babe. Oh, yes, let me text her and ask if they're... There was an... Oh, no, Will, I think they went to I think they went to a pretty far Dave and Buster's.
Oh,
Yeah. I don't think they went to the one that would be convenient for us. What was I saying? I am not a political zealot. Inflicting harm or changing the results of the election was not my goal. Please show me mercy. I ask that you not take my 40s from me. My favorite thing about these guys who have been sentenced in the recent weeks is that they never showed remorse, of course. It wasn't until they were sentenced and then begged the judge for leniency, received no leniency, and who was it? Stuart Rhodes, who after he was sentenced was like, Trump won. He yelled that out. It's like, why do you deserve leniency? Oh, boo fucking who? Oh. Oh, because you didn't think, fuck around and find out? You didn't understand that there's a little something called consequences? Oh, sorry, you're not a political zealot just because you say so? Aw. And the judge said it can't happen again, it can't happen again. A stiff punishment was necessary to deter future political violence. Yes, sorry. You're gonna be the example. Okay? An example has to be made so that this shit never happens again. So that's going to be you, buddy. Maybe you should have thought about that before you tried to do a coup. Yeah, don't take my 40s from me. Don't worry, I'm taking your 40s and your 50s. Prosecutors had sought 33 years for him. And again, he ended up getting sentenced to 22. I did everything right and they indicted me. I said it earlier, but it's funny that it's a brown guy that got the longest sentence for doing the white supremacist Super Bowl coup. Yeah, you know. Listen, at the end of the day, okay, people of color will always suffer the most when it comes to white supremacy. So if you're a person of color, and you're a white supremacist, what are you doing? What are you doing there? Mind-boggling. Truly. Truly, truly, truly. All right. I think that's going to be the stream. Because my back hurts. I've put in a lot of hours this week. So I need to go. I need to go use the Theragun on my back. But I will be back tomorrow. And I do have the 12-hour stream. I need to text Cutie and make sure that works for her. If she can game on Friday. What time Friday? I don't know. I'd like to try to start earlier in the afternoon. Big, real big mistakes. Maybe around 2. Yeah, so this is a long... I am pumping out hours this week, but it's great. I'm happy to be here with y'all. Thank you. This stream was another banger. Well, thank you. I try. Yeah, I also made $300. Thank you, Son Piker. Thank you so much for having haters who are so insane that they come over to my stream. And now I am starting to charge. It's not just Hassan. If any streamers' haters come into my stream like that crazy, then I will be charging. And they can charge me. But it's gotta be like real out-of-pocket shit, you know what I mean? If it's Will, oh yeah, no. I know where he lives, I'll send an invoice. Alright, I'm sending you guys over to Jaina. A Quantarage mod. Have a wonderful rest of your night. Have a great day. I will see you tomorrow. Tomorrow is Cash App if you want to play trivia. 4 o'clock. And then I will be live probably around 5:30. Have a good rest of your night. Goodbye. Fame fucker, bleed me dry like your goddamn Zuckerberg. Ba 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 ba.